Hello, everybody. Welcome, those who are here in Dubai at the Nordic Pavilion, and also everyone who is watching us online. First of all, let me just give you some logistical information in terms of the channels for interpretation. Channel 1 is for the floor. Channel 3 is English. Canal 5 é português. Canal 7 is Espanol, and 9 is for French. So my name is Brent Milliken. I'm with the Fundo Casa Socioambiental from Brazil, and very happy to be here helping to moderate this event, which has been organized by various organizations, including Global Witness, Casa Socioambiental, International Rivers, and other partners. The name of our event is Putting People at the Center of a Just Transition. How can we achieve a people-focused approach to a just transition? And we have a really amazing panel with us today to help us answer those questions. First of all, Evelyn Asham, who's a climate activist, co-founder of Climate Justice for Healthy Communities, founder of Plus One Tree Project. She's a volunteer at Agape Earth Coalition, a member of Global Witness Advisory Council. Mutusu Deliwayo, hope I said that right, who comes from Zimbabwe. He's the director of the Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association, ZELA, and its research arm, the African Institute of Environmental Law, AIEL. We're also happy to have with us today Mitsi Joneltan, who is the convener and international spokesperson of Youth Advocates for Climate Action Philippines, Fridays for Future of the Philippines as well. Ganit Kaur, who is from International Rivers. She is the Environmental Defenders Campaign Coordinator at that organization. And last but not least, Neidinha Surui, my friend from Brazil, who is a climate and indigenous activist in the western Brazilian Amazon and co-founder of the Brazilian Associação de Defesa Etnoambiental Canindé, Association for Ethno-Environmental Defense Canindé. So each person's going to have 5 minutes answering questions, and we'll hopefully have a little bit of time for questions from the audience, and at the end we'll have a couple minutes for final observations. So I'll start with Evelyn. Evelyn's here? She's not here yet. Okay. So we start with Matusu. Matusu, we all know that Zimbabwe has very significant reserves of lithium, which is one of the key minerals for energy transition to renewable energy. And could you help explain to us how communities in Zimbabwe are affected in these lithium mining areas, and what can the international community do to be supportive of your movement and to help avoid going from one predatory mode of extraction to another as part of this whole energy transition? If you could help us understand that, thank you.
Thank you. It's on, okay. Thank you very much, and good morning to you all. So as indicated, Zimbabwe does have some significant reserves of lithium. But from what we have seen, in terms of the model of extraction, it's not different from any other mining that we have seen before. And our biggest concern as the Zimbabwe Environmental Law Association is that this extraction of lithium will actually continue the model that we have seen, whereby the existing inequalities, the violations of rights, whether these are environmental, economic, social, and cultural rights, will actually continue. And that's our concern, that these inequalities, these injustices, these violations of human rights will continue in the form of the displacement of communities, the lack of benefits, the lack of compensation, that this is something that is going to be actually perpetuated under the extraction of lithium. So for us, we need to change that approach. I think we all agree that the need for and energy transition is a shared global goal. We all need that because of the climate crisis. But how do we achieve that to make sure that it does not perpetuate these inequalities? And for me, I think that's my major interest and my major focus. So for me, the answer lies in having what we call a human rights-centered approach to the extraction of these resources so that we are able to achieve a just energy transition. And to help us understand what a just energy transition could look like that places people at the center, I think I would want to borrow extensively from a definition that is provided by the Office of the Human Rights Commissioner for Human Rights, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. It defines just energy transition as follows. It is a transition to a green and climate neutral economy which is fair, inclusive, creates decent working opportunities, upholds the human rights of indigenous peoples and affected communities through social dialogue and stakeholder engagement, respect the sovereignty of the peoples over natural resources, and leaves no one behind. So these principles are very broad, and they include issues of fairness, which is very important because we need fairness in this energy transition. Because if it's just a transition, then it becomes a problem because, as I said, it continues those existing inequalities. We need equity, and this is very important in terms of the benefits and the costs that are associated. More often than not, communities bear the costs and not necessarily the benefits that are associated with the extraction of these minerals, and we don't want to see that happening again. Then, of course, inclusiveness. I think everyone has a right to participate. Everyone has a right to participate in the policy and decision-making processes, and for their consents to be taken into account and heard. Then, of course, information. There's no way you can participate without information. But more often than not, as we've seen from the researches and the reports that are there, communities don't have access to information. So how do they participate? How do they hold those that are responsible for the violations of their human rights accountable without that? So I think for me, those are critical principles that should actually guide this transition to a just energy transition. And when violations happen, because we know that even in the course of business, even with the best of intentions, it's still possible for human rights to be violated. But when that happens, do communities or those that are affected have access to effective remedy? And those are the things that can actually be done to make sure that at least we see a different approach in terms of the extraction of these minerals as we move towards a just energy transition. Thank you.
Thanks, Mutu. So I think that helps ground our discussion in terms of having a very clear concept of what are we talking about when we say just transition, and having that be firmly based within a human rights-based approach. So I'd like to now ask a question to Mitzi. What do you consider to be the top priority in the fight against climate injustice in the Philippines and also internationally? And namely, what issue do you think is the most urgent that you'd like to see action around in the immediate future?
That's always a difficult question to ask, having us choose one aspect, because it's very clear that you can't have climate justice at all if you don't do all of it at the same time. They're not separate topics from each other. But we've been seeing that at this COP especially, I've seen the need to really push down on the fossil fuel phase out, just because of the sheer number and presence of the fossil fuel industry here as well, with over 2,200 representatives that we know of at this year's UN Climate Summit. And we're seeing that there's so much injustice happening in that sense, because when we're talking about the fossil fuel phase out and the renewable phase in, as the previous speaker was saying, we also often forget that the minerals that are used for renewable energy systems come from our lands, come from our countries, and those mining industries, they are the ones that are causing the deaths and the militarization of environmental defenders, especially indigenous peoples. We're seeing already that solar panel farms are already displacing small farmers in my country. They're already displacing indigenous peoples with hydro dams. And so when we talk about a just transition, it really is truly about making sure that the people who are least responsible for the climate crisis and most vulnerable to the climate crisis aren't the ones left behind once again. We're seeing that when we talk about just transition, it's not just about phasing in renewable energies. It's about ensuring that our countries don't go into debt once again to access these technologies, which the minerals came from our countries. This extraction of our lands, that is where the injustice comes from. It's not just about the emissions and the carbon dioxide. It's about that extraction of land, because that is what's causing all of this, that greed of the global north, of the imperialist countries for our resources and our people, the cheap resources, and turning us into cheap labor. And so when we talk about just transition, it's about addressing all of that all at the same time. The phase out of fossil fuels, the phase in of renewable energy, the finance for loss and damage and adaptation, all in the form of grants and not loans.
Thank you. You touched on some very key issues, and I think we can explore them further in our discussion here, including how renewable energies that sometimes are inherently considered sustainable can actually be very problematic depending on how they're implemented. So my next question is for Ginit Kaur from International Rivers. Could you tell us more about the governance and human rights black hole within the JEDP, the Just Energy Transition Partnerships Framework, and specifically about Vietnam, a specific focus, and what are the main challenges for Vietnamese activists in this context?
The Just Energy Transition Partnership is this emerging financing framework, largely between the G7 and Global South countries. There are 4 JETPs that have been announced so far. The first one was in South Africa, the second one in Indonesia, the third one is in Vietnam, the fourth one was just recently announced for Senegal, and there are negotiations underway for both India and Philippines. The Vietnam JETP was announced in December 2022. And I do want to say something here, which my colleague from Global Witness said a couple of days ago. I'm not Vietnamese. I shouldn't be speaking here about the Vietnamese JETP. But unfortunately, the reality is that most of the people who worked on the Vietnamese transition away from coal, who advocated for years for Vietnam to move away from coal, that paved the way for its JETP, are today sitting in jail. And the rest of them are effectively silenced. The JETP is a multi-stakeholder framework. It has the IPG countries within the Vietnam JETP. You have the EU and the UK leading it, but you also have US, Canada, Germany, other countries involved. And you have the ADB, you have the private sector side of the World Bank, you have the UNDP, you have the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. So various stakeholders, a lot of and varied responsibilities of different private sector actors who are going to come into play, but there is actually no framework to define what is their human rights duties of each of these actors towards actually creating a just and equitable energy transition. In Vietnam, the first 4 individuals, Bach, Khan, Duong and Loy. So Bach is somebody who's a lawyer. He's worked for communities for years. Khan was a Goldman Prize winner. Loy and Duong run a media company. Loy is a journalist. They all started something called the Vietnam Sustainable Energy Alliance. They were pointing to the gaps between the Power Development Plan 8 that Vietnam was developing, which had massive investment in coal at that point of time, while Vietnam was making promises that we are going to move to net zero. So they were like, how are you going to move to net zero if you have all these commitments that your power is going to come out from coal for the next 10 years? And they paid the price for it, where they were arrested under fraudulent tax charges. There are UN special procedures which have commented on how their arrests are arbitrary, including the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has commented on Bach's arrest. The Human Rights Defender Special Rapporteur has commented that these arrests are arbitrary. The laws under which they have been arrested have been said that they are very vague and they lead to abuse of power. And what we and after that, like, if you have two more activists, Hong, and now you have sixth one is not an activist. She's actually an energy policy expert, Nguyen, who's been arrested. These were all closed-door trials. They did not get a proper hearing. They lasted for an hour or 2 hours. So what we have is all these stakeholders, when we ask them, how will you have a just transition if the defenders are sitting inside jail? Because a defender is the one who organizes the community. A defender is the one who will note that, yes, there is a gap between the PDP and what's being promised to the world. And a defender is the one who will hold the state accountable. How are you going to have the just transition? Who are you doing these consultations with, including UNDP, which keeps saying we are consulting civil society. We don't know which civil society they're consulting in Vietnam. And they keep pushing it to the project level, or they keep pushing it to each other, saying this is not our job. So what you have effectively is a huge gap, a black hole in terms of governance, where the just element of it, in terms of the just element of it, is really the afterthought. And the biggest example of it is the resource mobilization plan, which was launched earlier last week at COP itself, where in the 8 chapters of the resource mobilization plan, the just aspect is the 8th chapter, and all it thinks of as a just aspect is vocational training, capacity building, and jobs. But who's going to decide what kind of jobs the community needs, what kind of skills the community needs, and what kind of energy the community needs? You mentioned, fall solutions. Bach and Khan worked with communities who were affected by big hydro plants. And what we have in the resource mobilization plan is a lot of, again, investment that's going to come into big hydro in Vietnam. So is there going to be a just transition? No. But is there going to be even an energy transition? We don't know.
Thanks, Ganit. That's super interesting in terms of seeing situations of, how important human rights and involvement of local communities is for ensuring a just energy transition. But you can have a multi-stakeholder forum, but that doesn't necessarily ensure that those voices are heard. And then when communities are organized precisely to defend human rights, then you have a situation where they're suffering from persecution and even imprisonment. So I think that's super important, talking about Vietnam and many other places as well. So I'd like to now ask Neidinha. Você está ouvindo a tradução, Neidinha? Você está ouvindo, né? So, in your view, what does the Brazilian government need to be doing? What does it need to be able to position itself as a leader of the ecological transition that prioritizes environmental preservation and also protection of human rights?
Bom dia a todos e a todas. Está ouvindo? O que o governo brasileiro precisa fazer? Primeiro, eu diria que o governo brasileiro deveria ratificar o acordo de Escazú. Isso é super importante, porque, como disse a companheira, se você tem os defensores e defensoras presos e ameaçados por defender uma transição energética justa, você não vai ter essa transição. A outra coisa é que o governo brasileiro não deveria fazer o que o Lula disse no evento com a sociedade civil da OPEP Plus. Desculpa, a gente não quer mais COP Plus. A gente quer estar na mesa de decisão, a gente quer estar fazendo a diferença, a gente quer realmente, a gente não quer ser só ouvidos. A gente quer que o que a gente fale, que a gente diga, faça parte das decisões. Porque senão nós estamos na COP Plus, como disse o presidente, que é para ficar aqui ouvindo todo mundo falando e só isso, não vai mudar nada. Nós não queremos petróleo no Amapá. O IDH, onde tem plataforma de petróleo nas cidades, são os menores. Basta ver o que acontece em Quari. É só olhar onde tem... E não melhorou a qualidade de vida das pessoas. A transição justa, ela tem que partir para apoiar as pessoas que estão localmente. Não dá para a gente estar falando de transição justa quando Maceió, os bairros, estão afundando por causa da mineração, por causa da Braskem. Não dá para fazer isso. Como falar de transição justa se a Vale, até hoje, não recuperou as áreas, as pessoas que foram impactadas estão lá sofrendo. E o que a Vale está fazendo para mudar isso? Não dá para falar de transição justa com uma mineração que impacta a vida das pessoas. E onde não há um financiamento para tirar as pessoas dessa situação que elas estão de total degradação das suas vidas. Não há bem-estar. Para falar de transição justa, temos que falar no bem-estar, no grau de felicidade das pessoas. E isso não é discutido. Isso não é falado. A gente tem que falar o que o agronegócio, por exemplo, faz no Brasil, destruindo a vida e avançando em cima dos territórios indígenas, dos territórios quilombola, dos territórios das populações tradicionais. E não há de se falar em transição justa quando não se inclui todos os povos, quando não se inclui o povo preto, quando não se inclui os LGBTQI+, quando se persegue, quando se discrimina, quando estas pessoas não estão na mesa de decisão, quando o povo da África está sendo impactado e pouco se está fazendo para mudar a situação deles na África, quando tem pessoas morrendo na China, morrendo na Palestina, morrendo no Irã, morrendo no Iraque, as mulheres morrendo por defenderem os seus direitos. Nós não podemos pensar só em nós. Nós temos que pensar que a Terra está em guerra e que precisa de paz e que a transição justa passa pela paz e o desenvolvimento de ações e financiamento de ações que vão melhorar a qualidade de vida de todos. Não dá para estar numa COP, sabe, onde o petróleo fala mais alto, onde os lobistas estão falando mais alto, onde se tem mais de 2.500 lobistas do petróleo fazendo negócio dentro de uma COP, que deveria estar dizendo não ao petróleo. Então, falar de transição justa é colocar na mesa e com seriedade tudo que nos impacta, tudo que impacta a população e dizer para os nossos governos e governantes de todo o mundo que não aceitamos mais ser impactados para que eles fiquem mais ricos. Essa é que tem que ser a nossa fala. Thank you.
Obrigado, Neidinha, for that powerful message. Just for those who are not familiar, the Escazú Agreement was based on Principle 10 from the Rio 92 Convention. And many years later, just recently, this regional agreement for Latin America was reached based on Principle 10, which talks about access to information, participation, and access to justice. So super important agreement for Latin America. It still needs to be ratified by Brazil and other countries. Also, when she was talking about Amapá, that's a state near the mouth of the Amazon where there's a major controversy about oil exploitation in that region and whether that's not a big contradiction to have, on the one hand, Brazil talking about zero deforestation, but at the same time having this very intensive oil exploitation going on, which is already happening, but would be much more intensified. So we're glad that Evelyn was able to make it. You arrived just in time. So Evelyn, my question for you is the following. Backed by Total Energies and state oil companies, the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, the EACOP, has already caused a lot of disruption to those living along the proposed 1,400-kilometer pipeline route. And it's expected that the project would have major environmental consequences for local communities and also in terms of greenhouse gas emissions over its 25-year lifespan, actually more than the UK's national CO2 emissions in 2022, or around 380 million tons. Could you speak a little bit about the situation of activists in Uganda, specifically for those acting against EACOP? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. The East African Crude Oil Pipeline is causing so much trouble to the citizens of Uganda, the youth. I'll start with the people that are living around the pipeline. Thousands of people have already been displaced. Millions of livelihoods have been destroyed, and this pipeline is going to go through one of the largest water bodies in the world, that is Lake Victoria, and people are scared of oil spills that will take place, and this will affect the aquatic life. The pipeline is also going to go through the Maxon Falls, and one of the biggest game parks in our country, and we are worried about the wildlife that is going to be affected, whose habitats is going to be destroyed. Yeah, but again, when we get away from the people who are living around the pipeline, the activists and human rights defenders that are advocating around this pipeline to stop the construction of this pipeline are being put in danger. I'm one of the victims. I got arrested last year while protesting in front of the Ugandan parliament. It's very risky talking about oil. It's very risky talking about this particular project in our country. Your life is at a risk, or the life of your family or anyone that is related to you. So human rights defenders are being arrested every day. At the moment, we do have some students that are still in prison because they were protesting around the East African Crude Oil Pipeline. So the situation is really tough in our country, but it looks very promising seeing so many youth rising up to speak up against the construction of this pipeline, and this is building power, because what we need is people power. Yeah, because when we have more people talking about the injustices in our communities, we build more power, and we know that we are close to achieving justice or achieving the demands that we are fighting for. So this is the current situation in our country. The pipeline is still being delayed. The construction has been delayed because of the different protests that are happening in our country, and solidarity globally from different countries, different activists in the global north, in the global south. So we've seen a delay in the construction of the pipeline. We've seen different organizations, different people that were funding this pipeline dropping off, different banks dropping off, but again, some banks are stubbornly committing to funding this pipeline. So it is still a struggle that has not yet ended, that we need to continue talking about, we need to continue fighting for, because what is going to affect Uganda is going to affect the whole world. This is going to be the longest heated crude oil pipeline in the world, and like you had him mention, that it's going to produce millions of tons of carbon emissions, meaning that achieving a 1.5 degree is going to be very impossible if this pipeline continues. So you all need to stand in solidarity with the people in Uganda and Tanzania, with the people in Africa and East Africa, to stop the construction of this pipeline, because if we are fighting for a phase out of any new fossil fuels, we cannot ignore this because it's something that is being funded by a rich country, by a European country, and it's not going to benefit my community. It's going to benefit communities in the global north. It's going to benefit other countries. So you need to stand in solidarity and speak to your government, speak to any organizations in your country that are funding this pipeline, so that they drop off from funding this pipeline. So yeah, that's the current situation. The struggle is still happening, it still continues, and
Thanks, Evelyn, for those very inspiring words about the mobilization that's going on in Uganda, and reminding us that, while so many of these corporate networks are global, we also need to have global solidarity amongst ourselves and support local movements, those who are on the front lines. We have a few minutes, about 10 minutes, for questions and answers. So if anyone would like to make a question to the panel, I think we could do it maybe in a block, like maybe 3 questions, and then have answers from the panelists before their final comments, starting with Gabriela.
Hi, I wanted to thank this amazing panel for your words, really inspiring words. And my question is to the women in this panel. What, in your view, what should we do to include women in the just transition process? I really wanted to hear that from you. Thank you.
First of all, historically, we've seen that women have been left out in places that matter, in decision-making places, in decision-making rooms. We've seen women being marginalized, especially in communities like mine, and yet women are one of the groups that are being impacted most by the climate crisis. In my community, you find that when floods happen, women, or droughts happen, groups of women have to go very long distances to look for water, to look for food, to support their families. Women are responsible for taking care of their families, taking care of children, and yet they are being ignored in decision-making rooms. They are being ignored in places that matter. So how do we include women in these areas? One, we start by empowering them. There's so many ways we can empower women, empowering girls through education. In my community, or from an African perspective, climate justice is an education issue. If we do not empower young women, if we do not empower them with education, then that means they don't have a future, and they're not resilient, and they're not able to adapt to the impacts of climate change. This is one of the ways we can include women in a just transition. And also the other way is empowering them with skills. We have different projects that are happening in Africa. Many activists are rising up and coming up with projects that support young women and girls that have already been impacted by the climate change. There's a project called Girl on the Move, which involves providing vocational skills to young women and girls that have been impacted by climate change. And I believe this is also another way to involve women in a just transition. And the other ways, already what we are doing here, women sitting and speaking up for their communities, speaking up for the people who cannot make it here, because you cannot know problems, or you cannot know the challenges that people are experiencing unless you hear their challenges. And as one of our activists, Vanessa, always says that every activist has a story, and every story has a solution, and every solution has a life that it impacts. So we can amplify voices of different women, of young girls. We can amplify their stories and understand the challenges that they are experiencing, because different challenges are solved by different solutions. A solution in a solution in France may not solve a challenge in Africa. So we need to listen to their stories and the solutions that they are providing. And this is how we talk about adaptation in different communities. It's totally different. You find that in the DRC, what is going to help these women adapt is the different farming methods that they will tell us or they will educate us about. So there are so many ways how we can empower women or involve them in a just transition.
Como empoderar mulheres? Primeiro, vamos demarcar os territórios. Então, eu esqueci de falar isso na minha fala anterior. Temos que demarcar os territórios indígenas. Isso é muito importante porque no meu país, o Congresso do meu país está votando lei contra a demarcação de terra indígena. Mulher com território é mulher empoderada, é mulher forte. A outra coisa é, eu aprendi na minha organização, a gente fazer um monte de cursos de formações, capacitações, treinamento, vários. As mulheres quase não iam, pouquíssimas iam. E aí descobrimos que as mulheres não iam porque os homens diziam que as mulheres tinham que ficar cuidando das crianças. Então elas não podiam ir, porque eram os homens que tinham que ir. Então, mudem a postura, levem as mulheres e as suas crianças. E alguém para cuidar da criança. Isso no financiamento tem que estar, isso tem que mudar na postura das organizações também. A outra coisa é, a gente gosta muito de levar os jovens, sempre os jovens, muitos jovens, os jovens que falam bem, que falam não sei o quê, e a gente esquece as mulheres, isso é uma questão geracional, as mulheres mais velhas que têm o conhecimento, essas sempre ficam em casa cuidando dos filhos. Então, o que eu estou dizendo aqui é, levem os jovens, mas levem as mulheres mais velhas e seus filhos também, porque elas precisam participar e elas têm muito conhecimento. E a outra coisa é, apoiem as organizações que têm mulheres, que não que só tenha mulheres, mas tenha mulheres e homens, mas que as mulheres sejam empoderadas e estejam à frente, estejam no poder, apoiem essas organizações, porque aí sim, aí você consegue fazer diferença. E apoie organizações médias e pequenas, porque eu vejo que o apoio vai sempre para as muito grandes, nada contra as muito grandes. Eu agradeço muitíssimo as muito grandes que me têm dado a oportunidade de andar o mundo inteiro, falando o que nos dói. Mas apoie as médias e pequenas organizações locais que estão no local fazendo a diferença, que estão lá. Apoie as grandes, mas também apoie as pequenas e os movimentos que não são nem organização, porque eles são só movimentos, não tem registro, mas são movimentos importantíssimos na luta contra o feminicídio, na luta contra a morte de mulheres, que assim como no meu país e em outros países, na América Latina, é arrasador, é arrasador. Então, apoiem as mulheres.
I think we had one more question, and then maybe in the final comments, if Mitzi and Ganika, if you also want to mention the issues related to gender, just since we're running out of time.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis Léon Mugisho depuis la République démocratique du Congo. Je voulais poser la question concernant le sujet du jour, la transition juste. Je voulais poser la question à Mutuso. Actuellement, dans mon pays, il y a plus de 40 000 enfants qui sont en train de travailler dans des sites miniers où on exploite le cobalt, le tantal et autres minéraux qui interviennent dans la fabrication de nos téléphones, de nos laptops et autres machines. Alors, moi ici à la COP, je ne peux pas comprendre quand on parle de la transition juste et que ces enfants sont là en train d'être exploités. Ils n'ont pas accès à l'éducation. Alors ma question est comment on peut faire pour intégrer ces enfants à l'école pour qu'ils puissent bénéficier aussi de l'éducation et espérer à un futur durable. Merci.
We only have about 5 minutes, so why don't we could just go, you can answer that question, and also maybe we'll go through our final comments as well. So, thank you.
Thank you for that question. So I think for me, that's where I go back to the framework that I outlined to say if you use a human rights-based approach to the energy transition, then you realize that what is happening, that you have just highlighted, the use of child labor, is against that framework that you talked about. So for me, it all starts from using that framework, and then you begin to understand the illegalities, the unfairness of what is happening when we use child labor. This is very pronounced in those countries where there's artisanal mining. I come from Zimbabwe, and we also have those instances of artisanal mining where child labor is used. But when you use a human rights approach to development, even applying it to the energy transition, then I think that's what will help us in terms of dealing with those. So for me, laws and policies could actually be very helpful in making sure that we come up with those frameworks that bar those violations of human, because it's a violation of human rights, child rights, as you pointed out. So the fact that it is happening, it means that wherever that is happening, they are not using that framework. But when you use that framework, when we come up with laws and policies that can actually be barring that from happening, then I think it will resolve most of these problems. So for me, laws can help in terms of promoting this just energy transition. So we need, as countries, to come up with laws that are consistent with these principles, then implement them and enforce them. And then, of course, the use of litigation when those is happening, I think CSOs have a very important role to challenge those practices and make sure that there is access to remedy, as I outlined at the beginning. So it all goes down to that, and if we are guided by that, then we'll be able to address all these problems that we are facing to make sure that we have a just energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mutu. So very quickly, just final comments from any of our partners on anything you'd like to highlight that you haven't already said about what's most key about a just transition, starting with Munit.
I also want to just quickly talk about the gender question. I'm a lawyer, and I mostly worked in South Asia, and I've always seen that women are actually at the front lines of the defense for land, water, and forest. And even in Vietnam, the most known faces out of the 6 defenders are Hong, Nguyen, and Khan, 3 amazing women. And a feminist approach to environment is inherently like it decenters the Anthropocene, it decenters the human because it's community-led. It is sort of, nature-led. So I think the answer to it is that recognize the women in the room like Hong, Nguyen, and Khan. Acknowledge them and then include them, center their voices because they have led the fight for so long. On just the JETP question, I think it's very important that these stakeholders, the IPG or whether it's the Joint Multilateral Development Group, they need to convene a meeting of all the stakeholders. They need to convene a dialogue and come up with a comprehensive stakeholder consultation framework for communities and a protocol for defense for environmental defenders.
Thanks, Gunit. Mitzi?
I just call on everyone to ensure that these conversations don't stop here and don't stop in these rooms. We have to make sure that they come out of these areas and we don't just keep talking to each other. We need everyone to be talking about this, and we need every single person to keep pressuring people who don't believe in this yet. And that's what's important. That's how we make change, because if these spaces are amazing and beautiful, but it'll be useful and most powerful if we bring them outside.
Neidinha, comentário final.
Bom, primeiro eu quero agradecer a Global Witness, que me trouxe aqui a Conecta e a Wix, porque senão não estaria aqui falando com vocês. Então, quero ser muito agradecida, porque isso tem a ver com o que eu disse há pouco, é empoderar as mulheres para dar voz. Então, eu fiz questão de nomear por causa disso. E demarquem os territórios. Com território demarcado, e para mim é o mais importante para nós na Amazônia, é demarcar os territórios indígenas, os territórios quilombola e as unidades de conservação, que são as reservas. Então, para nós, isso é o mais importante. Então, muito obrigada e que os espíritos da floresta protejam todos e todas.
Obrigado.
So for me, the three key things, and all these are based by that human rights-based approach to a just energy transition. The first one is to accord and protect the recognition of human rights defenders. I think we've all heard that they are doing a very important job in terms of promoting the just energy transition, so we need to protect them. Secondly, I also recommend that we have mandatory human rights due diligence in the implementation of these energy transition projects, because if we do that, then we'll be able to deal with some of the excesses that are there. Then thirdly, I think FPIC is very important, free, prior, and informed consent. This should be respected, and in some instances, if communities feel that the project should not proceed, I think this should actually be respected. So for me, those three things will help us to achieve a just energy transition. Thank you.
I think, to me, I believe just energy transition goes hand in hand with finance. Some communities are not able to transition without the climate finance, especially adaptation finance, which has been ignored for years. So we cannot talk about a just transition and ignore finance, loss and damage, adaptation, and mitigation, especially for the countries that are being affected most by the climate crisis, and yet they are very vulnerable and they're not able to adapt or to transition. So when you talk about a just transition, don't ignore climate finance. And I like what Mitzi talked about, that this should not end here. It should not end at just listening, but you can do something about it in your capacity. You can talk about it. If you are a teacher, you can talk about it, take off 2 minutes and talk to your students about a just transition, about how we can achieve a clean and a better world for everyone, a livable world for everyone. If you are a lawyer, we need so many lawyers. We need so many human rights lawyers to support activists. So do something about it, because every act is important, because I believe that small acts, when multiplied by millions of people, can transform the world. Thank you.
So I'd like to thank all of our panel members. Incredible discussion. We hear so much about just energy transition going on at the COP, and I think this has helped fill a gap in terms of having a much more grounded discussion about what we're talking about when we say just transition, be firmly grounded within a human rights framework, including issues related to transparency, access to information, participation, respect for the rights of environmental and human rights defenders, including territorial rights, and the very key issue of the participation of women. So thank you all. There's food here. If you can go outside and eat and chat, because there's another event that's going to start here. So thank you all again.
Hello and welcome. We are so delighted to have you here at our side event, Bridging the Gap, Integrating Carbon Inequality into the Climate Conversation. I'm Anisha Nazareth. I'm a scientist with the Stockholm Environment Institute. For the last 4 years, the Stockholm Environment Institute, in collaboration with Oxfam, has been doing research on carbon inequality, which is the starkly different contributions of different income groups to the carbon emissions. So just how stark is carbon inequality? Well, on your left, you see a graph representing the share of consumption-based CO2 emissions by income group in 2019. The graph somewhat aptly represents a champagne glass. The bottom 50% of humanity are responsible for just 8% of global emissions. The middle 40 are responsible for 43% of emissions. And the richest 10% are responsible for 50% of global emissions. The richest 1%, which is 77 million people only, were responsible for 16% of global consumption emissions in 2019, which is more than all car and road transport emissions. On your right, you see the total global emissions from 1990 to 2019, broken down by income group. So in 1990 to 2000, when we agreed to climate treaties, we already knew that carbon emissions needed to decline. But we justified a continued growth in emissions and consumption on the basis of poverty alleviation. But from what we can see from the graph, not only have carbon emissions continued to rise, but the bulk of that growth can really be more than half of the growth, in fact, can really be attributed to the top 10%. So the other side of this is that inequality between countries is also rising. So in 2019, high-income countries, which are just 16% of the population, were responsible for 40% of global emissions, whereas low-income countries were responsible for a negligible 0.4%. So we conducted this analysis for income groups globally, but also income groups within 170 countries. For historical emissions, as well as modeling what would happen in the future under various climate and socioeconomic scenarios. And the full data set and all our data is available on our dashboard, emissionsinequality.org. So we have 2 panels today. The first panel will be discussing how we can integrate some of these discussions on carbon inequality into the policy negotiations taking place here in the UNFCCC arena. So our experts, Shivan Kata, Nafkote Davi, and Jakob Muluketa, will be discussing why it is important to consider carbon inequality in this space, what has been done so far, but what more can be done. We will then have a second panel discussing how to shift some of the broader systems that have led us to this point and that continue to reinforce carbon inequality. So we only have an hour, so I will jump straight into introducing our first panel. So on our panel, we have Shivan Kata, who is a senior scientist at the Stockholm Environment Institute. His research and publications for the last 25 years have dealt with policy strategies for addressing climate change and focusing on equity and effectiveness in the design of an international climate regime. He is the co-director of the Climate Equity Reference Project, a research and outreach effort in partnership with civil society organizations on the political and ethical dimensions of equitably sharing the effort of an ambitious global response to climate change. Nafkote Davi is the climate change policy lead at Oxfam International, where she works at the intersection of climate and inequality. She has co-authored influential reports such as the Climate Equality, A Planet for the 99%, and Tightening the Net Zero Climate Targets, Implications for Land and Food Equity. She has worked across the African continent on climate, humanitarian, and peace and security issues. Her roles include serving as a food security advisor in South Sudan, regional policy lead for the Lake Chad Basin in Nigeria, Senior Policy Advisor on Peace, Security and Governance at the African Union Liaison Office in Addis Ababa, and Drought Policy Advisor in Ethiopia. And our final panelist, Jakob Mulugeta, is the Professor of Energy and Development Policy and a Director of the MPA program at the Department of Science, Technology, Engineering and Public Policy at University College London. Previously, he was an academic staff at the Centre for Environmental Strategy at the University of Surrey. Between 2010 and 2013, he was based at the UN Economic Commission for Africa in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, where he helped set up the African Climate Policy Center. He initiated a variety of policy-relevant initiatives on opportunities for and constraints of pursuing low-carbon pathways for development in Africa, and facilitated a number of high-level roundtables in energy development and climate, including the Ministerial Roundtable at the African Energy Week held in November 2012 at the African Union Commission. He was the coordinating lead author of the chapter on energy systems of the IPCC Fifth Assessment Report, the Working Group 3 on Mitigation, and a member of the core writing team at the IPCC Synthesis Report. So welcome, all the panelists. I'll jump straight into my question. So my first question is for you, Naf, which is why is it so important to consider carbon inequality in spaces like this COP?
Me. Okay.
Can you hear me? I hope you can. No? Yeah? Okay, super. Actually, this poster says it all. Richest 1% emit as much planet-hitting pollution as 2/3 of humanity. So we're talking about 5 billion people put together. But I will go into detail a bit why it's important to talk about this at this COP. First, it's really, really important to reframe the climate crisis debate, because at the heart of it, inequality is, the main driver of the climate crisis. Yeah, the climate change is just a symptom. So we need to start from reframing. We know now that the richest people, the richest countries, the biggest corporations create the most carbon. Like this? Okay. So they create the most carbon pollution. We know that. So we should be talking about that. We should be going after them. We should be, making sure that we reduce their emissions at the global level, but also within countries. There's actually huge inequality, whether you're in the global north or global south. Also, it's really important to look at the emissions of the richest, because they're going to burn through our carbon budget. They have already done, if you look at since 1990, they have actually used a huge amount of the carbon budget that would have helped us make sure that we would have been in line to 1.5. But we have squandered that opportunity. If you look at 2030 as well, the richest 1% alone, their emissions will be 77 tons, while the rest of the world, especially the poorest, will be below what's considered a safe limit. It's not a fair shares analysis, but let's say, 1% on average, if you redistribute the carbon budget that's allowed to be in line with 1.5, each individual will have like 2.8 tons. But the richest will be 22 times above that. So that's unacceptable. We're talking about 2030. So we need to be reducing the emissions of the richest. But for me, what's even close to my heart is that we have billions of people living in poverty in this world. And we need to be talking about that, because how are we going to address both the climate crisis, the inequality and poverty crisis, without tackling inequality? This is going to be hugely problematic. So at Oxfam, we propose a global redistribution of income so that we can lift billions of people out of poverty and ensure, they have a daily income of 25 a day. And this is actually, this prosperity line is proposed by the World Bank, yeah? But if we do not tackle inequality, that means the global economy has to grow 50 times more to ensure that billions of people living in poverty are at that level of, the prosperity line, and the richest people income will also grow. So 50 times more means this is not going to be sustainable. So we really need to consider, the inequality crisis, how it's, exacerbating the climate crisis. So I really love how President Lula put, the inequality and climate perspective. This is what he said. We are in an increasingly unequal world. We need to treat this with as much priority as the climate issue, because otherwise we may end up with a planet where we fix climate and people continue to die of hunger in several countries in the world. So again, it's unacceptable, to live in a world where billions are living in poverty, and now climate exacerbating the situation. So that's why we need, at this COP, we need to be talking about the emissions of the richest, because we need to be going after the culprits. Also, this really links with discussion on just energy transition, because who should be phasing out first and fast? Again, there are close to 1 billion people who don't have access, not even, to a light bulb, to electricity. So this is really unjust. So the inequality really has to link with the just energy transition we're talking about. Also talking about the emissions of the richest will also help us answer a lot of questions around climate finance, because right now we're really stuck talking about the 100 billion. The 100 billion goal has not been met. We doubt it's going to be met. And we also know that trillions is needed in climate finance, yeah? So the 100 billion to begin with is peanuts. So again, if we tax wealth, tax income, and also windfall corporate profit, then this will help us raise 9 trillion, which can be used for climate finance, for adaptation, for just transition, so to protect communities around the world from the impacts of the climate crisis. So this is why we need to be talking about inequality at this COP. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Nab. My next question to Shivin is that we have a huge divide in terms of the contribution of carbon emissions and a rapidly shrinking carbon budget. What does this mean for the possibility of designing an equitable climate agreement in the UNFCCC arena?
Yeah, it's an excellent question, and it's one that makes many people think there's nothing we can do. There's simply not enough time. We have to throw some kind of technical fixes at the problem, and we just don't have time to fix inequality. And I think we simply can't take this approach. It won't be effective. It's not that, but it wouldn't be fair. It won't be effective, because the climate problem is a problem that requires a globally cooperative solution. And it's not how we think of it normally, but when we reduce our emissions, it's not to protect our own climate, because even the biggest country, the US, China, could reduce its emissions to 0 tomorrow, and the climate would keep getting worse. It needs to be something that all countries are doing together. And so when we reduce our emissions, it's really for the purpose of eliciting reciprocal mitigation work in our negotiating partners. Our negotiating partners are geopolitical rivals, our trading rivals. And so the only way that can happen is if other countries see your country as doing its fair share, as carrying its weight in a globally cooperative solution. So it has to be fair somehow. But being fair and reversing the problems that NAF is referring to is something that nations get really jittery about, especially when thinking about the inequality within nations, because this is a multilateral negotiation among states, and they get very concerned about potential of having to relinquish some kind of sovereignty when you start talking about things that affect what's happening in the states. And also, they just don't like too much to open up the black box of disparities and inequalities within their countries. So it's hard, but it needs to be addressed. As Naf said, we'd have to grow the economy enormously if we were to actually deal with poverty in a way that was simply based on growth and the current levels of inequality. And in fact, since 1992, when we had a climate regime signed, what we did over the next 30 years was we needed to reduce our emissions and stop changing the climate. What we did was we doubled our total burden on the atmosphere. So we doubled the problem instead of fixing the problem. And that growth in emissions, it went mostly to the top 10%. And so the problem itself is being caused by our growth model. We need to shift to an economy that's more focused on serving the needs of the poor. Otherwise, poor countries will simply demand to continue growth. And the only way to let the inequality be dealt with and do it in a way that's consistent with climate is if a low carbon path is made available to them. If technology cooperation makes the necessary technologies available, if financial cooperation helps them overcome the financial barriers, if cooperation regarding major international regimes like trade regime, intellectual property rights regime, even migration and labor regimes are not also thought of as parts of the climate problem, it's not clear that we can build a global consensus on solving this problem. Even a country that is desperately concerned about climate, if it doesn't see a globally cooperative, fair agreement in the works, it'll invest its resources in adaptation. It'll invest its resources in protecting itself against what increasingly ends up seeming to be an impending climate catastrophe. So we need to do this in a way that addresses the developmental concerns of countries, which means addresses the fact that they have poor populations. Often that means subpopulations because there are elites in every country, and meets their needs for energy services, for livelihoods, for employment, for the whole range of things that so much of the world is currently still deprived of.
Thank you, Shivan. And my next question is for Jakob. So Shivan has alluded to some of the broader discussions that need to be brought into the UNFCCC climate arena. What are some of the spaces you see emerging within this COP, for example, that could be used to bring in some discussions around emissions inequality?
Can you hear me? Yeah. I think part of the challenge that we face, and this is we're going several COPs since we've been talking about inequality now. Is sometimes there's a tendency that a lot of the space for discussing inequality is somewhat fragmented. I don't think it's being discussed at at the highest level. Of course, it is being alluded to and it gets skimmed over. But I do think that there is a growing unrest and outrage among like-minded people, but also social movements and civil society that are now armed with the evidence that Oxfam as well as SEI have been producing. In the past, the problem was always, we knew that that this inequality exists. We know that high levels of energy in access exists in Africa and South Asia. But the challenge we always had was that we didn't have the tools to be able to articulate that. So I think, at this COP, what we have seen is the issue being openly discussed, rather the issue being supported by evidence, coming through the research that's being done, and gradually, making its way upwards. And I think the challenge that perhaps why I'm not hugely optimistic about COPs is partly because I think those issues related to inequality, the way in which they play out in people's real life, is something that is often overlooked by governments themselves. So why should they, bother so much about doing more about it than paying lip service at the COPs? You take, for example, I live in London, and you take the issue of the challenge around the cost of living, and we're talking about millions of people who are actually having to make some real choices between eating and heating. The way in which the trajectory of the price that's actually affecting poor people is quite staggering, and this is not being openly discussed at a policy level. It's not an issue that the governments are willing to take head on. Now we're seeing this kind of these kinds of problems, this level of poverty, in the face of huge profits that are being made by corporations and oil companies. So we've got a deeply political crisis in the midst of this conversation. And of course, this big money that's in the hands of corporations also impacts and it influences political corridors. In the north, especially in the United States, you can see the way in which Congress is in the hands of people who are in possession of significant amounts of money. So the people that get elected, in many ways, owe them their election, to those who are willing to finance their campaign. So we have that level of political problem there. And I think the hope that I have is, of course, at people's level, there is a movement that is beginning to heat up. There is good research that's coming out, which is informing the debate. And we just have to keep doing that. The change will not come from the top. It will only come from the bottom. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaakko. So we have about 5 minutes if anyone has any questions from the audience. I think just take one of the panelists.
Yeah, hi. We talk about the 10% causing the vast majority of global emissions, but let's face it, we're all part of that 10%, aren't we? And I would say 99% of participants at COP are part of that 10%. Are we avoiding the issue because we're part of the problem? I mean, this is the first panel at COP that I've heard where this issue is being raised. Is it too tricky for us to kind of touch upon our own, or look ourselves in the mirror? And a follow-up comment or question to that is that policymakers, decision makers, they're also part of that 10%. They don't want to give up on their lifestyles necessary that are highly polluting. So how do we tackle this issue that the people who need to design or reform the policies in place are actually part of the problem themselves with through their own lifestyles? Thank you.
I think that there are a few things to sort of try and make an issue of here. One is the fact that, we have lifestyles that are in many ways exorbitant and the planet can't afford. It's not just private jet travel of super rich people, it's also jet travel. It's not just, space tourism, it's also tourism. And some of these are matters of particular behaviors and lifestyles and sort of assumptions about consumption that may have to change. But a lot of this simply doesn't have to do with personal behavior. A lot of this has to do with the choices that are current economy gives us. You know, I'm lucky enough to be able to commute to my workplace by bike, but most people just can't commute by bicycle. And a lot of people don't have access to mass transit. And in the United States, we have underinvested in mass transit, you know, incredibly. And why is this? It's an issue of the structure of the economy. And as Jakob pointed out, the responsiveness of decision makers, it's to their constituencies, but their constituencies aren't always their electors. Sometimes they're their contributors. And so the ability of powerful and financially, you know, well-heeled corporations and powerful and financially well-heeled individuals, that's the 1%. Their ability to design the economy within which the rest of us, including the 10%, but then also the 90%, are making their behavior choices. That's what really determines the developmental pathway for wealthy countries, for poor countries. So I think that it's an issue of personal behavior. We all need to examine that. But even more so, it's an issue of the structure of the economy and the structure of the political system by which the economy is designed.
I think, for me, I would say Jakob has already touched upon it. Honestly, the solution has to come from the public, not at a personal level, but the public has to push their governments. But before that, I think there needs to be an understanding to how big of a problem that we're faced with. We keep on talking about climate change, but there are actually different crises in addition to climate change: the biodiversity crisis, water crisis, soil crisis. So that understanding that the economic system it's not sustainable, and we cannot live with this dominant global neoliberal economic system, because it's all about endless extraction of resources, endless production, endless consumption, and so on. So for me, I think the public really has to understand that we're faced with a big, big problem, not only climate, but the inequality and all these other issues, and how can we all exist on this planet within, within the planetary boundaries. So it starts with the understanding, but at the same time, I think we're looking for systemic solutions, yeah? Because we're always concerned, actually, when we talk about the 10%, we don't want that to be captured or understood in a way, individuals need to be taking the action. No, it's actually governments that need to be taking the action, because again, we're talking about systemic problems. So I would, I know I'm repeating myself, but I think it's really important for us to communicate to the public that we're faced with a very serious issue, and create that understanding and start pushing our governments and also within these spaces for systemic solutions.
I completely agree. Of course, there's a lot that we should all do in our personal capacity. I suspect a lot of people here, most of us here, we do the best we can within the structures that Sivan and Nafkote are talking about. But I think I would go back to the politics and the policies that actually drive that change and create the conditions for behavioral or lifestyle change to actually happen, to materialize. And that requires resources. It does require resources. It requires finance to be able to invest in the right form of infrastructure and so forth. I mean, many of you would remember in the last presidential election, who was it, Elizabeth Warren, who raised the issue of, if the richest, or those who are earning above 50 million, would pay 2% more, we would be able to do this. I mean, a whole raft of things that were going wrong. And And I think, that pretty much, killed her campaign. Because, suddenly the media went, on its usual sort of, attacks, and eventually her campaign kind of unraveled. I think, those are the type of conversations that we should be having, in addition to doing what we can in the process. I mean, I live in an area in North London. Recently moved from a place called Guildford, which was a lot more kind of rural, if you want. And what I realized is that, recycling, for instance, forget about it. I mean, people are stretched and stressed. All the facilities are there, but I think, that behavioral change that we're talking about, because I live in an apartment of what used to be a council apartment. And for me, what's quite obvious is that, people who are, working class communities, their priorities lie elsewhere. And these day-to-day things that they're, battling through, and, there's no space for them to be able to, to live a lifestyle of that is green and so forth. I think a lot more needs to happen at a policy level to try and drive the change and be able to create, the conditions for people to be able to adjust. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we're unfortunately out of time with the first panel, but thank you to all our panelists. That was a brilliant discussion. We will move on to our second panel, and I'd like to invite our panelists, Marinelle, Mariana, and Jorg, to please come up to the stage. Meanwhile, I'll just briefly introduce the panel, which is on economic policy measures to tackle emissions and inequality. So in the last 20 years, we have seen that attempts to discuss historical responsibility within the UNFCCC arena have had really very limited success. And this is in part because some of the power dynamics that we see between countries and spaces like the COP are reflective of the broader economic and political power divide. So, for instance, there are colonial legacies in our current economic system that result in rich countries and individuals taking up more than their fair share of resources. And we are working with an economic system that enables extreme inequality. But there are alternatives, and our panel will discuss some of those alternative systems and structural reforms that need to take place to discuss emissions inequality. So I'll introduce our participants. So Mariana Pauli is the global advocacy lead at Christian Aid, where she manages a team that has a significant focus on climate justice and supporting Southern-led climate movements. Her climate work focuses on the UNFCCC, as well as international financial institutions as part of the Big Shift Global campaign. She has over 20 years of advocacy and campaigning experience, having also worked for Greenpeace International's UK and Brazil offices. Jorg Haas is the head of Globalization and Transformation Division at the Heinrich Böll Foundation. He was the director of the European Climate Foundation's Global Climate Policy Program, supporting the global climate negotiations with technical and economic analysis and in bilateral climate finance initiatives after the Copenhagen Climate Conference. From 2014 to 2017, he worked at Compact, a progressive digital citizens movement. And finally, Marinelle Ubaldo is a climate activist from the Philippines who helped organize the first youth climate strike in her country. She testified as a community witness in the Philippines Commission on Human Rights as part of their investigation into corporate responsibility and whether the effects of climate change can be considered violations of Filipinos' human rights. She's at COP28 as part of the Make Rich Polluters Pay campaign. So welcome to all our panelists. And I will jump straight into our first question, which is to you, Mariana. What steps or reforms need to be taken so that our global financial institutions account for these historical injustices that have led us to this point?
Great. Thank you so much, and good morning to you all. I think it's great we're having a discussion here at COP reflecting why the economic governance is not fit for purpose, why the institutions are not delivering for climate. And in fact, they are responsible for the historical injustices that have led to this carbon inequality that we are facing today. So
to your question, what are the steps? Yes, we absolutely need a reform of the system, but we need to shift the financial flows between north and south. We know that a lot more money flows from the south to the north than vice versa. And to do that, some of the steps we have to do is to address the debt crisis. We know that 50% of least developing countries are using their revenues to service debt. And more climate finance in the forms of debt, as we're seeing with a lot of the approaches brought here at COP, won't solve. They're also losing a lot of money due to tax evasion, tax avoidance, and illicit financial flows. So we need, again, a system that can tackle this. And it's fantastic to see that UN tax convention is moving, was just adopted last year, which is a great progress. And this is the sphere where that it needs to address, as opposed to the rules that OECD is trying to drive at the moment. And we need to really watch carefully, for example, the task force on tax that came out of the PACT summit to see if it will help or hinder the efforts to tackle taxation. While at the same hand, as also Nafkote was mentioning, we need to make polluters pay. We need a proper taxation of the carbon of the profits of the fossil fuel industry. We have to, part of this recipe, stop austerity. 85% of the world population are living under some form of austerity measures at the minute, which again is driving a lot of inequality. And we need to regulate private sector and change that private sector first mentality that we are watching at the moment. What we are seeing, which is really concerning, is what economist Daniela Gabor calls the climate Washington consensus, which is really thinking that, with a bit of the enabling environment and using the squished public resources to facilitate private sector entities, profits for private sector that will not address the needs of the marginalized communities will be part of the solution, when we know it won't. So we look at our international financial institutions, the agenda of reform, and that's on the second evolution roadmap of the World Bank, is really about capitalizing the private sector, which we know won't deliver. And secondly, which is more concerning, is that decision-making process of the reform is on places where Global South has no voice and representation. It's all based on quotas. It is under the UN, and that's when we look at the Green Climate Fund or the new Loss and Damage Fund, where actually you can have a governance structure where it's more balanced between the North and South, and that's the kind of the reforms of the steps that we need. So I would say, if we don't conceive a reform that's really taking into account the debt justice, the tax justice, then it just won't deliver. Private sector has finance has a limited use for mitigation, neglects adaptation, and is completely unacceptable for loss and damage. So this is the kind of issues we have to look into. A reform to address the carbon inequality. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mariana. That's a very thoughtful response. My next question is to Yog. How do our current economic systems fail us, and what structural changes need to be made to the way we think about an economic system when it comes to addressing climate and carbon inequality?
Yeah, thank you very much also for inviting me a bit at short notice to this panel. So I'm a little bit improvising. And first of all, I think it's important to see if we are talking about the emissions inequality or the economic inequality. And to a large extent, the emissions inequality is an expression of the underlying economic inequality. But nevertheless, I mean, it's important to make the distinction. Are we asking the super rich to fly in their private jets with hydrogen, or are we, or drive a Tesla, or are we saying, okay, they need to share their wealth? And if this is only for the super rich, or is it also about us being part of the 10%? So coming back to the previous panel, it's actually a bit of a tricky thing. Now going back to the tackling inequality, I think it's important to distinguish inequality between countries and inequality between individuals. And on the country level, there is obviously in the financial system inbuilt a structural inequality because largely the US has, is issuing the reserve currency of the world, and that gives it a structural advantage. There was I just read in 2011 a study by Barry Eichengreen that says it's about 3% of the GDP annually that the US gains from just issuing the reserve currency. So it's quite something. It's not much. It's not little. 3% of the US GDP would be going a very long way, to tackle actually the climate crisis. And this structural kind of imbalance enables the US to borrow quite cheaply and to invest quite cheaply and to also invest in the climate solutions, whereas African countries need to borrow at about 5 times the cost of the US or Europe. So there are a couple of proposals on the table how to deal with this, and this is essentially a discussion about the reform of the financial architecture. That is a critical issue. On that, I would just agree. We need definitely a large-scale debt relief, not here a debt swap, there a debt swap. That's nice, but we need really a structural debt relief initiative. And because I'm a co-chair of a project which deals with that, I just encourage you to go to www.drgr.org. So Debt Relief for a Green and Inclusive Recovery, drgr.org. We have made very detailed proposal how this could look like. So I won't go much into detail. Second, there needs to be obviously low-cost capital. And there are, I would say, in the MDB reform, there are some steps which would in some way transfer the structural advantage that the developed world has to the developing world by essentially, in some way extending the low-cost borrowing capacity of the developed world to some extent to the developed world. But it comes at the moment at a cost of conditionalities, a cost in many ways. So that is something that reforms definitely need to address. And thirdly, the issuance of special drawing rights. Again, the existing system is such that those countries with the biggest share of the IMF get the most special drawing rights, so which is obviously very unfair. And there is a discussion about rechanneling of these special drawing rights, but it's going very slowly and not at all at the extent that is needed. But let me tackle also the issue of the inequality between rich and poor individuals. Capital is not something that naturally exists. Capital is created legally, and there's a very good book I recommend to you, The Code of Capital, written by Katharina Pistor. She's a legal scholar at Columbia Law School. It's just fantastic because she shows how legal code is being used to protect and accumulate capital. It's just a fantastic book. I really read it. And mastering and applying this legal code is the technique how rich individuals are essentially enhancing their wealth and protecting it from the state, protecting it against taxes, etc. We need to talk then about the capital flight. We need to talk about tax evasion. That's a critical part. We need to talk about the shell companies that are, being used in places like the Virgin Islands or Panama or wherever. And we need to talk about the laws in the financial places like London or New York that govern, for example, the issuance of debt, and that at the moment do not enable and not force creditors to agree to debt restructuring if the majority of the creditors agree to it. So there's very important legal changes that are needed to essentially make rich individuals, very rich individuals, part of the solution instead of a part of the problem. So all in all, I think, and the last but not the least important thing is a change also to the laws regarding investor state dispute settlement mechanism. It's a very powerful mechanism that protects corporations and their wealth against regulation, against the public interest, and so we need also to work together to abolish ISDS. So that's another mechanism that needs to be overcome. Just very short.
Thank you so much, Jörg. That didn't sound improvised at all. That was very useful. And my final question is to you, Marinelle. Our current economic systems and the resultant carbon inequality have strong intergenerational equity impacts. But this is particularly a problem for the youth in the global south because they exist in countries that haven't yet had the space to grow. So can you give us an idea of how that is impacting youth in your country, for example, and also what changes to the economic system you all would like to see?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. That's really great. And thank you so much for having me. And thank you so much for having a youth voice in this panel. I really appreciate it. And I think we all know that countries in the global south are countries that are yet to experience significant growth, have been grappling with the consequences of climate change. And it is not a new, that is not new as well that countries in the global south are also, even though we are distributing the least of the carbon emission, we have been living the effect of climate change day to day of our lives. And there have been no opportunity for us to really save and rebuild for our houses because, like, for example, in the Philippines, we experience an average of 21 typhoons per year. And surviving Super Typhoon Haiyan in 2013, it really changed the way how I view typhoons and hurricanes, and now we can see that they're more stronger than ever before. Yet, our countries, most of those who are bearing the brunt of the climate crisis are actually the global south, so those who have not been able to develop yet. And youth in this region have been shaped, like our future are shaped by environmental consequences of historical emission from more developed countries. And this climate coloniality or the inequality of distribution of carbon leaves little room for us, for Global South, for the Philippines and other vulnerable nations to really develop and progress in our economically. So it is. I always say that whenever I speak, that I'm just 26 years old and I still have a lot of dreams that I want to achieve in this lifetime. And I envision a world where I am not afraid to live. I am not afraid to dream. But that future is even not certain for most of us in the Philippines. Just because, like, we don't know that if we are living in this side of the island, we don't know if we will be living there throughout our lives. We might need to migrate, we might need to evacuate, and that is not even our choice. That is because we need to survive. And that is entirely getting our tradition and culture away from us. And that means that my children or my children's children will not know where their grandmother came from or the tradition and culture where my community have as of the moment. So it's really, we're really on the brink of, I say sometimes like we're in the brink, like our culture and tradition sometimes in the brink of extinction because whenever we evacuate, whenever we migrate, we carry our tradition and culture, but sometimes it's so hard not to fit into the new culture and tradition of the place that we go to. And I think to answer the question, what we need to do is we really need to urgently to have an alternative economic system and structural reforms. And
our current global economic perpetuates and allows affluent nations and individuals to consume far beyond their fair share. And it is unfair that a lot of the privileges from first world countries, those are a luxury already in developing countries. So even like the rights, the basic rights that developed countries are enjoying, those are those are the things that we don't have, especially when there are disasters. Even education, even place to do leisure, or even just to survive. It's really really hard. And I guess I'm sharing this from my own perspective and from my own experience as well. When we survive super typhoons or typhoons, sometimes we don't even know where to go, and sometimes we don't even know if we can even continue our studies, or if we have families that we will go back home to, or if we even have a home to go back to. And so there's a lot of like inequalities really. And now I'm living in the U.S. I'm doing my master's at Duke University, and I've seen how problems that are very different to our problems in the Philippines. That that sometimes I don't relate to it, just because I've been so used that our problems are existential, that our problems are life and death, and I think I've been learning that there are different ways to also face climate change, because climate change is not just it's not just happening through typhoons. It doesn't come in our door through hurricanes or flash floods. It really it shows in different ways, and even the clothes that we wear and the whatever in our fridge are being threatened by climate change. And this is something that the U.S. has not grappled with, I think, and other people from Western country. And so we really need to have a global systemic change that prioritizes sustainability, equity, and collaboration among countries, so we can have a just and equitable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marinelle. So you really beautifully captured, the experiences of the people who really are at the receiving end of this carbon inequality, and why it's so urgent to tackle this issue. So I'd like to open the floor to the audience if you have any questions for our panelists. If nobody has any questions, I have a question. So I think all of you in one way or another referred to the difference in the flows of wealth between the global north, from the global north to the global south, versus the global south to the global north, and also the different ways in which the word development is really thought of. And so I want to ask that, how have our current development systems and the way we sort of define development as a discourse reinforced this unequal share of resources, or allowed it to go forward in some way? Sorry. So the way we define development, where we have the flow of wealth from the global north to the global south, small quantities of wealth relative to the flow between the global south to the global north, but it's really defined as aid or charity. Is that in some way reinforcing this system in which these very unequal flows of wealth are allowed to exist?
I can maybe start from that, just because, like, I know I have been, as coming from, as coming from the Philippines, I've been experiencing a lot of disasters. We have been very much a beneficiary of first world countries, charity and all of this aid. But I think it's very reactive, and I think it's counterproductive, because if you really want to if you really want to help those people in the global south, you have to change your own system first, so those people in the global south do not suffer more. If you're just giving aid and money, it's so easy. It's so easy to give money to global south and say, here, rebuild your house, or rebuild your schools, or rebuild your entire community. And then another typhoon comes, and then all of those we have rebuilt have just been all gone again, because we are just being reactive. We are putting a band-aid solution to the problem when we actually need those governments in the developed countries to have the will, the political will, to change their systems so they can proactively help us in the global south. Because we all know that even now that we are here in this conference, people are dying, people are being killed in the other side of the world. While we are having these negotiations, while we are having these conversations about how we can sustain a just and equitable future, our loved ones are dying. Our people are being killed just because of speaking up. And I think it's not fair that while we are negotiating and haggling how we are giving money and aid to developing countries through funds, green climate funds or loss and damage funds, people have already lost their lives. And I think that's my take on the wealth sharing from global north to global south.
Thank you so much.
Hello? Yeah, can you hear me? I guess ODA is just so small. It's so little. Like, it's just, if we don't look at the macroeconomics, that what can actually help countries to have more of a fiscal space, right, to address lots of the climate and development needs, and that on the whole issues that we're talking about, debt and tax and all the rest of it. But the core to that is the understanding of how much public finance is essential for climate action and development. I think without that framework, it's, ODA and without developed countries recognizing their historical responsibility as the major polluters and for causing our global economic system that is driving inequalities and poverty and all the rest of it, things won't change. So I think what we really need here is a change of framework, and these additional drops in the oceans, a few millions here for the loss and damage fund there, and countries looking good, doing the charity of 10 million from Japan on loss and damage fund, 17.5 from the US. That's a slap on the face of any developing countries. I'm sorry. No, we're talking about, really, we don't need billions, we need trillions, and we need to increase the fiscal space to enable that to happen. We need public climate finance at scale, a percentage of, GDP, GNI, as was agreed, be like a new Marshall Plan for the climate, you name it. And money is available, through the taxation. So we just need the political will. We saw through the pandemic, we see through the different, how much money was being poured on Ukraine and how much, U.S. is helping Israel with the Gaza genocide and all the rest of it. Sorry, it is political will that's missing, and that's what we need to reclaim back here. Thanks.
I fully agree, but let me add another note. I mean, obviously we need to redistribute resources massively, and it's not ODA. But it's also a matter what kind of development is applied for these resources. I mean, I'm for the first time here in Dubai, and to be honest, that's a country that in many ways is more developed than my home Germany and Berlin, but it's misdeveloped. It has 20 tons per capita emissions. It builds the highest skyscrapers with the most steel and cement. It builds, everything. It's a a pathway to development, yes, that was, first showcased by US, etc., but it's a wrong development pathway. So in that sense, it's about redistribution, but it's about also what new pathway needs to be carved out and can be carved out for developing countries that is a different pathway, a different way of prosperity, a good life for everyone, but not just about showing off wealth and creating and replicating inequality. And frankly, this city is a very glaring example of misdevelopment. So I think we can and must do together better and all develop into a different way of living.
Thank you. So I think we're out of time, but thank you so much to our panelists and to the Nordic Pavilion for hosting this event. And we will be available around the pavilion and outside, and so please come and ask us any questions. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to this Nordic Talks podcast session. My name is Amalie Holmefjord, and I'm a youth delegate from Norway. And together with me today, I have Mana Omar, who is executive director and founder of Spring of the Arid and Semi-Arid Lands, team lead of Fridays for Future Pastoralists, and she's also a youth leader with the UN Feminist Action for Climate Justice Action Coalition. Thank you so much for joining us here today, Mana.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It is my pleasure.
Great. So we all know that the Nordics have an historical responsibility because of our emissions that we've already let out, but also because today we are many times, the Nordic countries are viewed as somewhat pioneers when we talk about gender equality. And not to say we're far from perfect, we still have a long way to go, but we have come far. And because of this, we have an extra responsibility to make sure that gender equality is taken care of in climate discussions. And, you know, me personally, coming from Norway, I know that I'm very fortunate, but I mean, I don't like to admit it, but sometimes I do, you know, take for granted the opportunities that I have because I come from Norway. And I think it's really important that we have these discussions because gender inequality is still a huge problem. And, you know, 70% of the world's poor are women, yet only 20% of parliament are women. And then also 80%, like women account for 80% of the local food production in the world, and many as small-scale farmers. And as you, Mana, you come from a pastoralist community in Kenya. How do you experience discussions around gender equality and climate change in your community?
Thank you so much for that question. So first of all, it's just maybe to do some context setting so that we are all on the same page. We understand from which perspective I speak of or from which context. So the pastoralists are a group of communities that practice keeping of domesticated animals purely. And this is a form of livelihood support, like what they would do to like support their lives and their families. And it's majorly pastoralism, meaning it's only the keeping of those domesticated animals. There's no other activity being done. And it involves also moving from one place to another in search of water and pasture for their animals. So it's important to also note that these pastoralist communities have been practicing pastoralism from time immemorial. So it's an activity that's been passed from generation to generation from our ancestors. So it's more of a culture rather than just an economic activity. So you find that there's a sentimental relationship between a pastoralist and their livestock. It's also important to note that this community is extremely patriarchal. Extremely might be even an understatement. It's extremely patriarchal, and you find there's a lot of male domination. There's a lot of gendered roles when it comes to what women can do and what men can do. And a lot of women are already conditioned to believe that my roles are specific, and most of them being domestic chores, building of the small houses that the pastoralists live in. It's not a complicated job, yes, but these are some of the tasks that women are tasked to do. And for men, they take part in, income-generating activities like that. Now, taking care of the animals, moving from one place to another with the animals. They're responsible for selling and holding the money. So when it comes to maybe buying food, you follow your husband as a woman, and then you get the commodities back from the market. The man buys. So the woman, you find it's really, really not easy for a woman to hold funds or the money. So the conversations around gender equality is extremely, if I might term it as kind of something that's a taboo, because you won't find people like in a room full of men. When I step in, even in my works as the director of this organization, and we solely focus on pastoral communities. When I speak in a room full of maybe men from these communities, they like disregard a lot of what I say because it's coming from a woman, but it will be taken more seriously if it's from a man. But then whatever happens is we take this by force if this is what we want to achieve, if we want our voices to be heard.
Yeah.
And I'll just give an example. It's a story. I love telling stories to like push, points across.
Perfect.
Yeah. So there was this event like in our community that they invite people for a fundraiser. So in this particular fundraiser, it was, of course, raising funds for school children. And they invite leaders from across this community. So I was invited as an NGO that works in the area. And I was shocked that from all the invited guests, I was the only lady.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I was the only lady, and my seat was placed strategically away from these other men.
Yeah.
And I'm from the same community, but that's just how people are conditioned. That's what has been passed across from since a time immemorial. It's not something we can trace, but this is how our children have been conditioned. They've grown up to like view their mothers and their sisters in this form, in this kind of way. And even when it came to speaking, I was, by the time I was speaking, I was furious because I noted that in the tent where the guests were seated, because it's an extremely hot area, so they put up tents for the function. So the tents were of like 200 capacity. And one tent was set aside for the community members, and another tent for now the VIP, now the guests like us.
Yeah.
And my team is only made up of women. So we were invited as an organization, and the tent that we were seated at as guests were only consisting of women from my team. And the tent from the community side, it was only for men. Men were the only ones that were seated on the shade, and you would see women scattered all around the place under the scorching sun.
Yeah.
Some are pregnant, some are seated on the stones. And it's something that they're just happy, smiling at how the event is going. Like they're used to that kind of life already. They're used to giving space to men. And when a man just finds you sitting, they'll be like, and you'll just wake up. So that's how gender equal. I'm trying to put a picture to whatever that's how gross and grave the situation is from communities like mine, and that's that we work with. And I think we okay, let's go to the next question.
No, but I think you're painting a quite clear picture of how this is.
Yeah.
And I can only imagine, knowing you as a very engaged, person, I can only imagine how angry you were, because of the conditions, and also that you were not, able to speak and take up the place.
I was actually, I was able to speak, but I didn't say what I wanted to say. Of course, I wanted to emphasize on education because that was the theme. But I ended up speaking about how these women should not accept such kind of treatment and be the change they want to see.
Yeah.
Because we can't wait for anyone else to come and, push these agendas for us to claim those seats. So even in our events as an NGO, we specifically put tents for women, only for women.
Yeah.
And if it's not enough, the men should stand outside in the sun because who is pregnant, who is doing all those work?
Exactly.
It's for women. So it's time that we're trying to reverse all this, and it's not really easy. It's coming with a lot of backlash.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I can imagine, but really, really important work that you're doing. Basically trying to just, reverse it or change the system, which is really important. And talking about this, I was wondering if you, could maybe talk a bit more about what you work with in your community and what kind of initiatives you do to promote gender equality.
Okay, so as an NGO, it's youth-led, and particularly most of the leaders, of the youth leaders from my organization are all from the pastoralist communities. So we kind of understand the community we work with. We work across different themes, but basically under climate change. But I'll only speak about a recent project on gender equality and climate resilience. So early this year, we embarked on a research to try and understand, because we have this mentality that we are from this community, so we understand what's going on. But we decided to actually do research and talk to people, get to understand what are the core issues surrounding, gender equality, what are the issues also leading to climate vulnerability within this community.
Yes.
Why is it that the existing adaptation measures that are being employed is not really working? So we decided to embark on this research, and I'm glad we did, because we uncovered a lot of things we didn't know, because we were so privileged to be in school, to spend times in the cities. So we were really not living through what the other people in the community were living through. And what inspired us to actually start on the research is the increase in the number of instances of gender-based violence. Because before we actually got any funds to start on tangible activities, I was working with a group of women on voluntary basis, and they became so close. We became so close. I was training them on, you need to speak up for your rights. You need to speak up for your children. Some of them have been undergoing trauma, seeing their children being given out early in marriage, and they couldn't do anything to speak up, to stop. So speaking to these women, and they were like, one of the lady from our group was experienced attempted rape. Another one was raped. So it became, it kind of stirred that also sadness within me. And, living in most marginalized areas, there's no access to police stations where they could report this. And then the issue also around the patriarchal setting of the community. When a woman speaks about this, they are told they enabled it in a way. They were in the wrong place when that thing happened. And this usually happens when they go to fetch water, because it's a long distance, walking long distances to go and fetch water. By the time you're back, the husband is angry, you are late, you've not cooked, you've not done this and this. So it also gives rise to a lot of physical form of violence where they're really beaten. They're really beaten. So I decided we need to really look into this. So we uncovered a lot of root causes of even gender-based violence, gender inequalities in these communities. And one of it is the harmful cultural practices that has been passed from our ancestors, making it feel like a culture, though it's not a culture. It's a way. We have bad and good culture, and there's a lot of amazing cultural practices from this. This is an indigenous community, but we need to accept that some of our cultures are really harmful. And instead of letting the community progress, it kind of pushes us backward. And it's also really impacted people's attitudes, perception. And I think that's where the hard work comes in, changing that, the dynamic around people's attitudes and perception. So we sat down with the results, developed a very comprehensive report, and thought, how are we going to solve this issue? It's a myriad, it's a ton of issues, all approaching from each angle. So if I'm trying to solve the issue, maybe, for example, one of the root causes of gender-based violence was the fact that women were not empowered economically. So they were left with no other choice but to depend on their spouses. So if we empower women economically, they still have to walk long distances to fetch water. They'll still encounter, people along the way who are already used to their trucks. They'll still have to walk longer distances to relieve themselves, because there's no access to sanitation facilities. That's another root cause of gender-based violence. We've not even looked at the harmful culture. So we thought we needed a holistic solution to look at this particular problem. And the best thing is the holistic solution is not only solving the issue of gender equality, but also bringing about building climate resilience. So that's how we created we have a model, and it's called the Enkang Model for Climate Resilience and Gender Equality. It's a commitment under the Generation Equality Forum, Feminist Action for Climate Justice of the UN Women. And this model basically cuts across all the SDGs, and is trying to address all these root causes within this village, but by using observational learning.
Ah, okay.
Yes, so we want, because we understand that we cannot change everyone in the community. So we selected the cream of change within this community. I am from this community, and my way of thinking is that it's slightly different than them. So there are people like me, however few, so we are maximizing or building our potential on the few people to kind of build a model that the others can learn from through observing. So we created a village, a small village. We moved it closer to the river so that, because there's a river, but people still have to walk longer distances to fetch water. It didn't make sense. So we moved closer to the river. Let's move closer to the river, show them some aspects of sustainability, cultural preservation, train them on gender equality, and now setting up this village in a way that we would envision a sustainable pastoralist community that is also gender equal, not 100% gender equal, definitely, but at least where women's rights are upheld. So this is basically what we're doing, and a lot of information can be found on our website, on our social media pages.
Yeah, I recommend people checking it out. And when we talked about this a bit, earlier, and you told me, we're trying to make, we're building a gender equal village. And I was like, whoa, that's amazing, having someone who is willing to take, because you say there are so many challenges, right, that you're facing, and a lot of different root causes to this that you cannot solve with one simple solution, right? But making a gender equal village, you can really try to tackle all of these things in a very holistic manner. So I was like, whoa, that is really, really cool and really inspiring too, I think, for people in your community, but also people in other communities, that this is possible, that you can make these changes.
Yeah, so it's something we hope to replicate from one village to the other in Kenya. So basically want to focus on this as an organization because it's basically solving all the issues we've ever thought of.
Exactly.
Yeah, so forming small villages that are sustainable and that can be a model other communities can learn from.
Yeah. And that's what we need, right? We need to have these models that people can take inspiration from. So it's really, really interesting. And I also wanted to talk more with you about, from your perspective and your life, like me, I said I was feeling quite lucky coming from Norway. We have quite gender equal societies, but still, I've still experienced feeling, insecure or disregarded just because I'm a woman. But I would love to hear your perspective on how you experience, gender inequality in your day-to-day life.
Yeah, so it's important to also note that I'm from a Muslim society. So apart from that patriarchal community that's traditional, that's part of culture, there's also a way that, a Muslim woman is also viewed. And, people have different ways of thinking about, we have different ways of packaging our thoughts, we have different ways that we perceive things. And I tend to believe that a lot of people misunderstand religion. So they tend to, I don't know how to put this. For instance, I, as a Muslim woman, I'm not allowed to travel alone. I'm supposed to maybe have a husband or a brother or my father accompanying me to these places. But in these times of, we are living in, these are things that can no longer happen. But then these people that are actually imposing all these rules on people are based on that time that is past all of us, and it no longer applies.
Exactly.
The same way the climate is changing and things are becoming more complex, so we need to move forward, making more holistic solutions that are easily flexible and adaptable to change. So I've experienced gender inequality, but I also call myself lucky because I've been to school.
Yeah.
I'm in a way liberated, not like my fellow, daughters, sisters from these communities that are forced to, in a way, worship men. Because I don't see that as respect. I see that as a way that people are put down, women are put down, women are looked down upon. So you get to experience this in your everyday life, especially when you're in Kenya, a country like Kenya, when you're maybe moving around, even just how you are dressing, people can easily judge you. So people from my community as Muslims, if maybe my hair is exposed a bit, they would judge me, and I find it at some way of, still derogatory in nature. Yeah, so I don't know if I've put that clear enough, but...
No, but I definitely think it makes sense.
Yeah.
And I could only imagine having to bring my brother everywhere, or, making sure that I always, have a man with me wherever I go.
Yeah, and this experience around us working as an NGO, we had a fight with the community at some point because we wanted a committee that was inclusive of women and youths and girls, so that we have everyone's voices into this committee that's actually responsible for running the village that we want to establish. And we wanted to include these measures from not only the implementation of the project, but also during its formation.
Yes.
To show them the aspect of inclusiveness, gender equity, and all that. So we have both men and women participating in the running of the day-to-day running of the village. We have men and women participating in the highest decision-making of the village. So we had a fight. Of course, men not wanting women to be on the committee.
Yeah.
So that's some of the way we see the issue of gender inequality. You don't find women in a lot of, for example, the event that I was invited.
Yeah.
There's a whole, I think, 30-member committee that's responsible for raising funds for children to go to school from the village, but they're all men. There's no single lady.
Wow.
And we know that's where now this money will not even actually reach the school. But if there was a woman there, that's a mother, that's somebody who is naturally caring. So that's what they're trying to avoid. So these are some of the ways that we see the gender equality in our day-to-day lives, like being perceived that you have a lesser say compared to some other man from the same community. So I'm an NGO leader, he's an NGO leader, but he will speak first. I'll speak next because he's a man and I'm the lady. But I've gotten some status because they call me director. So that gives you a bit of status, and you'll find yourself in these rooms even though you're given a lesser priority. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's very rightful, director. I think you definitely, you live up to that for sure. Yeah. And I wanted to also ask a bit more, in terms of the effects of climate change, how do you think, men and women in your communities are affected disproportionately, Yeah.
So I'd say, so the pastoralist communities are already disproportionately affected as a whole.
Yes.
Yeah. But then when it comes to the community setting, you find different groups are affected differently. And I'll not even only speak of women. We also have children who are really there's something I always try and bring across, that children from these communities are really not given the much needed upbringing, because children also are viewed as a way of a kind of insurance. Let me expound on that.
Yeah.
So you have children, and when you have male children, these male children are more of people who take care of animals, and they're treated as those who would take over the inheritance. So they're given more of kind of a priority as compared to the female. So the girls are now treated as a form of insurance. In times of drought, they can be easily exchanged for dowry for livestock. So this is some kind of, I think we've really tried to understand this even as, people from these communities, and it's deeply rooted.
Yeah.
Because it's a way people were brought up from since they were children, and it sunk too deep.
Yeah.
So we cannot even start conversing with the older generation. We have to start from the younger children, from the youths who are in school, if you want to change all this situation. So for women, of course, men migrate when maybe a drought hits.
Yeah.
And they just leave. they leave nothing behind.
Okay.
So you find women
Yeah.
remaining home with their children with no idea of what they will feed them. So they have to stand up and just think of a way. And the only closest idea that comes to mind is selling milk.
Okay.
So you find women trekking longer distances, crossing a river to go 20 kilometers to sell 2 liters of milk. Because it's a drought season, there's no milk also. It's a lot, it's really a little amount of milk that can be gotten. So this milk hardly generates, if I can say, $5?
Yeah.
Less than $5. But they just want to come home with a packet of maize flour to at least make sure the children have not slept hungry, but only 1 meal a day.
Yeah.
And that's the best they can do.
Yeah.
So this is some of the effects you feel are more gendered because women are left with this responsibility. Some of them are pregnant. There's no right to bodily autonomy.
Yeah.
You find somebody is pregnant, they've just given birth, the next 3 months they are pregnant again. So there is a lot of work to be done on this community. As for girls, they are at increased risk of being given out in early marriages, being exposed to female genital mutilation.
Yeah.
Most of the times when it comes to dropping out of school, a girl is considered more.
Okay.
Yeah, like your daughter is not going to school, the son has to go to school because the son has a brighter future. That's how there's that perception around a male and a female.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, so just to mention that around, we've seen this problem and we know women are like in a kind of a cocoon, shut off because they cannot afford. Like me, nobody will tell me anything because I have my own money.
Yeah.
Yes, like when a woman is empowered economically in a way, they'll not handle some kind of, bullshit.
Exactly, right? They don't have to depend on
it
on
gives them
anyone
some
else.
form of strength, a voice.
Yeah.
So we thought for us to actually empower these women, we needed to start something for them, a business model that they know how to do best, but with a bit of training to just, value add and make better products. So we started a livelihood empowerment project. So for now, they're making handbags that are beaded. They're making jewelry like the one you're wearing.
It's really nice.
Yeah, so we try our best to market and sell these products for them. I find myself traveling a lot.
Yeah.
And I always carry a suitcase of products that whenever I finish any talk, I ask people like you to purchase from our program and even help us establish markets back at your homes.
Yes.
So that we do not only empower them financially, but we also help them make that decisions, stand up for their children, both boys and girls, because we're talking about gender equity and it's not only about women. So if you feel like getting a gift for your loved one back at home, we have them here. Yeah.
Yes, I recommend it. I got this bracelet. Also bought a handbag for my mother that I'm going to get her for Christmas. So you should really check it out. They're super nice. Okay, just to finish up, I wanted to ask you a quick question. If you have any reflections on how, the Nordic countries, could support other countries, seeing that, we have the money, infrastructure, and policies, to ensure gender equality in climate-related issues.
So I would first start with the money.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about commitments that are being made here at global level, but it hardly reaches grassroots communities. That's something I can say, especially when it comes to the communities I work with. I hardly see any NGOs coming to work on the ground or even any development aid organizations. It hardly reaches the grassroots communities. And I've also noted that a lot of, governments tend to believe in other governments. But the work is actually not done by those governments. The work is actually done by grassroots organizations. That's why there's that shift of in philanthropy where most of this, I've seen a trend where most philanthropists are now looking at actually funding grassroots organizations. Because if we compare the budget that we have and the amount of work that we do, and the budget that these big organizations have and the amount of work that they do, it does not match. there's more impact created by grassroots organizations because we are actually working with the people, we are actually working for the people, and most of us are from the same community. So it's in our best of interest to actually make sure that. So I always ask for localization if it's possible, and in terms of research and innovation, it's more advanced in, of course, the Nordic regions, and communities like the pastoralists are in need of innovative ways to actually practice more resilient ways of livelihood without completely changing the structure around pastoralism. So we're talking about different kind of breeds that these communities can keep to ensure that they don't lose a lot of wealth when it comes to drought. You know, whatever type of livestock we keep at the moment is really vulnerable. Yeah, and it cannot adapt to the kind of changing climate. So more of research on alternative ways, capacity building, capacity strengthening. I think that's one of the best ways that this can actually be invested. And I would also urge that it's still more localized. Yeah, because we reach the governments, and that's where the discussion ends. It hardly reaches these communities. And then I would also like to urge the Nordic countries to step up in leadership in terms of, reparations, making these commitments and actually actualizing them. Because it's one thing to make a commitment, but it's another thing to actually pay it.
Do it, right?
Seen that. We've seen that in the climate space. We've been so happy at some point when the pledges come in from the Loss and Damage Fund. But it doesn't really actualize, and it takes years for it to actually come to light when communities are battling the brutal impacts of climate change.
Yes. Wow. Okay. So I think we as Nordics should take that, encouragement to actually, just not talk the talk, but walk the walk. And I think we can find a lot of inspiration in initiatives like yours and the Gender Equal Village. So, Mana, thank you so much for coming here and sharing your experiences with us. It's been really, really interesting to hear your stories, and I hope that we can learn from you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Nordic Pavilion here at COP28 in Dubai. And also a warmly welcome to all of you who follow this online. Here in Dubai, it's warm. People had their day of rest yesterday, so this is the first day of the second week. And from what I've understood, it has been hectic. And not all decisions are as ready as one would have hoped for, but we will hear more about that the coming days. Ministers are arriving, and we are so lucky as to have Greenland's minister here today, Mr. Kallistat Lund. You are the Minister of Agriculture, Self-Sufficiency, Energy and Environment. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So,
oh, it's loud. It's okay.
Yes. The Greenland, as an Arctic state, has, of course, really challenging issues related to and very tangible issues with regards to climate change. I know just a few years ago when I was working with Arctic issues, we said that the Arctic warms up 2 times or twice as quick as the rest of the world. Then it was 3 times. Now, latest knowledge tells us that it's almost 4 times as quick as the rest of the world, or the global average. So things are happening fast in Greenland. So how do you experience in your everyday life? I mean, how does Greenland experience the consequences of climate change?
The consequences of climate change in Greenland are severe. When discussing climate change, Greenland and the melting ice sheet are often brought up as one of the first topics. Focus is often on the melting ice sheet and subsequent global consequences. However, the people of the Arctic are often not mentioned, and very often we are not part of the discussions. It is important for me to state that climate change does not only have major and severe consequences on our environment. Our people are largely affected. Our livelihoods, ways of life and culture are threatened by climate change. I have many examples of that. The hunters of Awaneswak in the northernmost part of Greenland are currently suffering from a lack of the sea ice. Under normal conditions, the sea ice covered in the ice from October, but in recent years, the ice has not come until December. With the sea ice come seals and other animals, which are crucial for our hunters. Without the sea ice, our hunters are not able to go hunting and provide for their families. Another example is from the other end of Greenland, southern Greenland. In the beginning of November, sudden of massive snow fell combined with a massive storm. This is normally a time where the sheep are still on the mountains grazing. The impact is the sheep herds were not able to look for the animals. A large rescue operation was put into place, and many sheep were saved after being completely covered in snow, but not all were this fortunate. At last example is, I want to illustrate the possible consequences of methane gas, which will have major consequences of life in Greenlandic waters. As our country is a fishing nation, the potential consequences are massive. Knowledge about this threat is limited, and it is crucial to gain more knowledge about this subject. It's only 3 examples, but we have a lot of them.
The consequences, they are clear in every sector of society, in your societies, and in nature. So it's actually the whole system that is affected of climate change for you.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, when we are talking about the climate change, warmer climate, you think maybe it's a good thing for Greenland. It's a benefit for something. Of course, it could be sometimes some benefits for warmer temperature, but not normal life. We're starting this way, so it's not good for us because all fish is disappeared from places to other places, and whales and all animals. So it's hard. The changing is hard.
So the changes are hard, and the climate change affects, yes, livelihoods, societies, and nature, naturally. So then it feels like, well, it's a no-brainer, of course. Greenland should activate within supporting climate initiatives and so on. But I know for a fact there have been some thoughts surrounded to or in relation to the consequences for Greenland if you were to join the Paris Agreement. And there's been a process up to that decision, because actually very so timely, just maybe a few weeks before this COP, the Greenlandic Parliament actually decided unanimously, all parties from what I understood, to join Greenland. How was the process up to that decision?
That's right. We prepared that moment in a few years. So it's a very important thing. This decision, the Parliament decided that we should be part of the Paris Agreement for 3 weeks ago. Of course, because it's a very long discussions about why should we do that? Because we are only 56,000 people, and we don't have the yes, but we think, fortunately, the Parliament think that we are 56,000, also a land. We every person have a responsible, not only the lands. Also, every person have responsible to save the world. And also, of course, also as land. So therefore, it's a very important decision we took, and it's a good thing for us because we are already starting to follow also the Paris Agreement, the steps. Our electricity is covered by 70% from hydropower. And the next 5 years will come up to 90% is covered by using of current by hydropower. Also, the next will be the windmill and wind and solar.
So of course, although you have not been a part or a member of the Paris Agreement until now, climate action is still happening in Greenland already before, naturally. But how will it work? I mean, Greenland is not a member of the EU, but a member of the Kingdom of Denmark. So Denmark will, of course, the NDC of Denmark will be through the EU. What will you do? Will you have your own NDC, or are there any plans of how you will tackle that technically?
Yes, climate area. It's our decision in Greenland. Of course, now we are starting to make the climate strategy. It will take about 2 years or 2.5 years. After that, we're starting the NDC. It's also, we will make the climate strategy self in Greenland. Also NDC, we will do that self. Of course, we have some agreement also with our friends from Denmark about in these areas, but NDC, it's our own responsible to make it. So we are not asking the EU or Denmark how we will build the NDC. So NDC will be up after the climate strategy is finished. So it will. We expect in 2030 we will give our NDC to United Nations.
We look forward to that. I hope we will maybe sit here then in 2030 and discuss your NDC. So a lot of work ahead for sure. And of course. Although Greenland will be responsible for its own NDC, I think here being in the Nordic Pavilion, we would definitely count on and invite your advisors to our expert groups on climate and air for inspiration and cooperation, which we already do in the Nordics. So we
Also,
hope to see you.
we, of course, we need to cooperate with also all the countries. For example, our Faroe Island friends, I will talk to them tomorrow or day after. So it's also about the NDC and how we're doing the Paris Agreement in this part. So we also with Denmark. I will meeting with all the ministers from Denmark next day. So it's a good thing. We will cooperate in it. We will not isolate it in Greenland to make it, because it's good to cooperate also with this area, because the environment and climate don't have the borders. So the cooperation is the way forward.
That is very true, and it takes me actually to my next question, because policies are, of course, very important, but the climate doesn't care about things on paper if they don't turn into action. So what do you foresee? How will Greenland work with climate action in the coming years? Do you have any specific plans to accelerate the green transition in Greenland?
Say again.
I'm sorry.
Say again.
Yes. So you have plans for your climate strategy, which is very good. But the most important thing is when you start working with the strategy, the action you actually will do. So what kind of different initiatives, climate initiatives, do you have?
Yes, I will say it already for 2 years ago, we decided to stop for oil exploration and change our direction to green energy, production of green energy. Not only the normal hydropower stations, but some production for clean energy, for what do we call the French hydrogen. So we now we are starting to prepare to build very big hydropower stations to produce clean energy with hydrogen. Then after that to ammonia or something like that you can use on shipping in the ship and in the airplane and whatever. So we also have a target to stop to use the fossil fuels in the future. We don't have a year, but we will forward for that, because from now we expect from now to 10, 12 years we can starting to produce the hydrogen enough to hold Greenland, then raise to export. So we expect to make the production, the hydropower can make have a volume to 1 gigawatt. We only use in all Greenland. We only use about 2,050 megawatts.
Oh.
So it's
a huge opportunity, actually.
Yes, we are only talking about 2 lakes. We have a lot. Ice cap is very big, so it will take some 2,000 years to melt. Maybe even faster, I don't know. But it's a very big frozen energy we have in Greenland. So it's a good thing to realize to make it to clean energy.
Okay, so the transformation towards the green energy or the green energy transition has definitely a very good discourse in Greenland, and opportunities are many. Yes, I've been so lucky, so I actually been to Greenland a few times. It's a fantastic, breathtakingly beautiful country. And one thing that I learned was the word that I probably do not pronounce correctly, but it was imaka, which I think means more or less if the weather allows, or if the weather lets us. And that is leading to my final question. I mean, Greenland, it's an Arctic, isolated society in a harsh climate. I mean, you are used to that nature and extreme events will be a problem for you. You have been in this harsh climate always, so it's not a new thing that nature is harsh to you. So what could others learn from Greenland when it comes to adaptation to climate change?
I will say that, of course, it's. I think because we say that we already can see the temperature is rising for 4 degrees from average in Arctic in our place. We can see the fjords temperature is rising from 50 years ago. It's the temperature in the summer temperature is about 5-6 degrees. Now it's 12-13 degrees temperatures. So all the changes, I think we have to forske, what is it? Research about this area. Also, what I said before about the permafrost, it could be a very big thing for Greenland if the permafrost is melting and the methane gas starting to leak from the bottom, and it will change all our life. So research is very important. So I think that not only the visual is important these years. We have to also think what happened if something on visual things is happened. It could be very dramatic consequences for our life. Also, all the Arctic. Also, that's because if the permafrost is melting, starting to melt, also from the bottom, the ice sheet, ice cap will also starting to melt from the bottom, also from top. So it could be very faster. I think it's very important to research in this area much more than today.
Yeah, so more focus on climate research and getting to know more about the unknown, because probably what we've seen until today, it's nothing compared to what will come. So thank you very much, Minister, for this very insightful dialogue on Greenland, of a beautiful, beautiful country in the Arctic that now sees 4 degrees faster warming than the rest of the world. And we welcome you to the Paris Agreement, a fantastic decision from Greenland. And I think we should all give the Minister a hand. So thank you.
Yes, yours, mange tak.
Hello, my name is Rosalind Helfand. I want to welcome everyone here today, both in our live present audience and in our live stream audience. So thank you so much for joining us. I want to introduce myself. I work for the United Nations entity on gender equality and the empowerment of women called UN Women. And I am really delighted to be able to moderate today's event as the thematic lead of the Feminist Action for Climate Justice Action Coalition of UN Women. Our co-hosts today, the Nordic Council of Ministers and the International Institute for Sustainable Development, or IISD, have both made commitments to this action coalition. And it is a wonderful thing to be here, to not only be here for the launch of the Nordic Knowledge Hub for Gender and Climate Action, which is such a tremendous moment, but also to make this a collaborative, global moment where we are emphasizing the importance of global exchange, learning, and collaboration as part of this launch. And I am so happy that this is really the direction that we are going with this Action Coalition and with our Nordic partners and our civil society and international organization partners. So thank you. And we will have a portion of welcomes for this launch, and then we will move from there into a set of workshops. And to really kick us off, I want to welcome, and I'm so excited to be joined today by the Minister for Environment and Energy and Climate in Iceland, Minister Thornsson. So thank you so much. It is an honor to have you here for this launch, and I want to turn this over to you for your remarks.
Thank you. The honor is mine. Do you hear me? Yeah, good. And I am very pleased to be here, ladies and gentlemen, and dear friends, because we are here at the COP to advance the climate cause. And we have numbers to guide us. We need to stay below 1.5 degree warming. We need to hold global emission at around 50 billion tons a year, and then force a steep decline. Iceland, as well as most other countries, set themselves numerical targets and sectoral goals to cut emissions. From this viewpoint, climate mitigation looks like a technical task, guided by hard numbers and green technology. But the climate discourse has manifold dimensions. It touches business, industry, energy, transport, and land use. Climate change and climate policies affect people's daily lives in countless ways. How we move, how we eat, how we think about the future. Thus, it should not come as a surprise that climate change and climate policy also concerns gender issues and gender equality. Now, we are all in agreement here that gender equality is good. Most importantly, it is a basic human right, a hallmark of a just and fair society. But gender equality also happens to be a driver for a better society. It is no coincidence that countries that rank highest for gender equality also score the best in other measures of human development. Places where women are subject to systematic discrimination, on the other hand, tend to be unhappy places and handicapped in their development. But how exactly does climate change affect gender differently? How are climate policies and gender equality connected? Studies show that women tend to be more affected by negative consequences of climate change than men. Women are more likely to be responsible for food and water supplies, for household for ensuring that the family members have sufficient clothing and that the necessary household equipment is in place. This unequal burden is perhaps most obvious in many least developed countries. Droughts make it harder to get water or find wood for cooking, which is a traditional female's task. Natural disasters often take a greater toll on women. The Nordic countries boast of being some of the most gender-equal countries in the world. Still, we can see a gender aspect in climate impacts and climate policies. Gender norms influence what we eat and what we buy, what modes of transportation we use, and where we choose to work. For our climate policy to be truly effective, we need to pay attention to these factors and to gender perspectives. If women bear disproportionately the brunt of the problem, they are also underrepresented in charting the solution. Women are a minority of those globally involved in decision-making about actions, and we need to take actions to adapt to a changing world and mitigate global warming. A recent Nordic study concluded that Nordic climate policy does indeed have a gender aspect, while sometimes affecting women more and sometimes men. Thus, women are underrepresented in many sectors where green solutions are being applied, such as in the energy sector. On the other hand, men will be harder hit by the phase-out of polluting jobs. Speaking as a minister for climate and energy, I would like to emphasize that it's also important to recognize the gender perspective when it comes to the crucial element of clean energy transformation of society. We know that in the Nordic region, women and men are participating in this transformation on different terms. For instance, only 5% of leadership positions in Nordic energy companies are held by women, according to a report from Nordic Energy Research. Therefore, we are bound to take gender into account in all climate issues. It is also clear that if we are to reach the Nordic vision of becoming the most sustainable and integrated region in the world by 2030, the Nordic countries need to be embedded a gender perspective in Nordic climate action. Today's launch of a Nordic Knowledge Hub on gender and climate is surely an important step on that way. It is a step that I, on behalf of the Nordic Council of Ministers for Environment and Climate, is very proud of. Dear guests, Iceland ranks high on most international scales when it comes to gender-equal societies. This does not mean that Iceland has reached total gender equality. We still have a way to go. Taking gender into consideration when making decisions about the climate is an important step on that way. We know that increasing our knowledge about the issue will help us on that journey. And the same applies to the rest of the world. Therefore, I congratulate us all on this new important initiative. The Nordic Knowledge Hub on Gender and Climate. I am sure it will provide us with good guiding light into the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Thornson. And now I'd like to turn it over to my the wonderful Angie Dawsey, who works for the International Institute of Sustainable Development. And Angie, we're really excited for your perspective on this, your global perspective, especially considering the work that you are doing with national adaptation plans in the Global South. So over to you.
Thanks so much, Rosalind. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be here alongside the Honourable Minister, our colleagues at the Nordic Council, and colleagues at UN Women to share some of the work that the International Institute for Sustainable Development, or IISD, has been doing to advance gender-responsive climate action. My name is Angie Daze. I'm the Director of Gender Equality and Social Inclusion for Resilience at IISD. And it's really encouraging to hear that Nordic countries are stepping up the integration of gender considerations in the climate policies that we need to drive the transition that's required to address the climate crisis. And I think this new Knowledge Hub is really going to be a useful resource in this regard, and I want to congratulate the colleagues here on its launch today. So the work of my team at IISD focuses on managing the impacts of climate change, primarily in Global South countries, but also in Canada, where IISD has its headquarters. And when we think about the impacts of climate change, whether it's increasing drought and other extreme weather events, slow onset events like sea level rise, or just increased uncertainty in weather patterns, it's impossible to ignore that the impacts are gendered. And I think Minister Thordarson has provided some really good concrete examples of how the impacts play out for different genders. The reality is that people who face discrimination on the basis of their gender or other identity factors are particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, and they face barriers to engaging in climate action. But importantly, they also bring essential knowledge and lived experience to conversations about climate change that must inform climate policies and plans. And they can be powerful agents of change in driving solutions that build resilience at the individual level, for families, for communities. And this was recognized in the IPCC's latest report, which stated that inclusive governance that prioritizes equity and justice in adaptation planning and action leads to more effective and more sustainable adaptation outcomes. So what this means is that there's strong evidence that incorporating gender equality and social inclusion in adaptation action isn't just a nice to do, it's actually going to lead to greater impacts in terms of reducing vulnerability to the impacts of climate change. IISD hosts the Secretariat of the National Adaptation Plan, or NAP Global Network, which works to advance adaptation planning and action in developing countries. And our commitment to the Feminist Action for Climate Justice Action Coalition focuses on advancing NAP processes that are gender responsive. And we were really happy to make this commitment in partnership with two countries, Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, who are really leaders in this area. These governments, along with many others, are really actively working to integrate gender considerations in their NAP processes. Among other things, they're doing targeted gender analysis to inform adaptation planning. They're setting up institutional arrangements that foster collaboration between the gender ministry and the climate ministry. And they're building capacities to really lay the foundation for gender responsive adaptation action. And I think it's important that these really active efforts to integrate gender in climate decision-making are generating a lot of learning. So at the NAP Global Network, we work to track progress on gender-responsive NAP processes at the global level. We share, document, and share, what's being learned, what's working, what's not, in terms of advancing gender-responsive adaptation action. And we bring government actors and other actors together to learn from each other about how to do this. And I think, I'd encourage Nordic countries and others in the global north to really learn from these experiences on how they can really move forward on integrating gender considerations in climate policies and plans. And I just want to thank the Nordic Council and the Feminist Action for Climate Justice Action Coalition for the collaboration in organizing this event, and I'm really looking forward to the discussions that we're going to have.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Angie. So this ends the live stream portion of our event, and we're now going to move into the workshop portion of our event. So thank you so much to our live stream audience. So I'm going to stand up to get this started because this is going to be dynamic, and we're going to be doing some standing here. So this really marks the next phase of the
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Welcome. Come in. So welcome to this event where we will talk about gender equality and youth in the triple planetary crisis, which is the context we live in. My name is Mathilde Angeltveit. I'm the youth delegate of Norway to the climate conference, and I will try to lead us through these 45 minutes of discussion with both our youth panelists and then decision makers later. So the reason we're having this event, or kind of the idea for this event, came about a month and a half ago when at least the four of us and about 100 other youth met in Copenhagen. Yes, about 100 other youth. I'm looking at my notes now. With the Nordic and Baltic youth, hosted by the Nordic Council and UN Women and the Swedish Youth Council. And then we also had some participants outside of the Nordic and Baltic region, which we're also very lucky to have represented in this panel. So with that, I want to introduce the three of you. Markus, who's a youth delegate of Denmark. Anna, who's youth delegate of Estonia. And Victoria, who's your title is UN Women Feminist Action for Climate Justice, Action Coalition Youth Leader from Brazil, an activist. And you have many hats and many roles in this. So I would just like it to start directly with the questions. Hopefully you will talk more than me in this session. And the first, kind of what is the big question for this session is why does youth inclusion and gender equality matter in climate action? Why do we have this conversation at the climate conference? And I want all of you to answer that and maybe put some. Why does it matter for you personally? Why does it matter in the world? And also, why does it matter in your different regions? Maybe you want to start, Victoria?
Okay. Hello all. Nice to meet you all. Super happy to be here and with this opportunity. I think we can start with the human rights approach. Like, we are youth, we are women, so trying to engage and bring these diverse voices in the decision-making spaces and participating in the civil society, it's a huge important thing that we need to address. And also climate change disproportionately impact women and girls, and also the vulnerable communities, especially in the global south. And I see the education have a huge role here. And when we see girls leading the climate movements, we can see that they are catalyzing the change in the local movements, in the local communities. And this have a change in the intergenerational families and also generations of to the next generations. So this background that empower women and girls have an important role, especially in the global south. I see this like a essential part of the change that we need to address the climate change. So,
thank you.
Yes. Okay. So I think in Estonia as well, we can see that the climate activists are mostly women and young women. So for me, as a young woman, it's important and to talk about gender equality, because as our previous president, Kersti Kaljulaid, has said, that despite our efforts in creating the necessary bodies and tools, this is diminishing the issue, because when serious crises emerge, young women are still not taken seriously. Hence, the point in youth agendas, as we can see, is to ensure inclusion of everyone in the population. So this is my agenda.
Yeah, and then as a non-girl at this panel, but I'm agreeing. In Denmark, there is a lot of youth activists on climate. There is girls, and I don't have the answer why it is that. But as man or in acting in climate, I will say that climate change acts as a catalyst for and amplify existing social structures that's already existing in the society. So I think that it's not that climate change is creating them. Climate change is showing them that they are already existing. So and they are making them step forward and making them more bright. And I think that it isn't that way that that we can solve climate by not doing something with the gender equality. So it has to be done. It has to be a focus. We have to focus on gender equality to also solve climate change.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we see it on all different levels, right? We see it with respect to nature, with respect to women, inclusion of youth, economic inequality in the world. All of these other crises, which are also a problem in themselves, are made worse by the climate crisis, or we see them more clearly, maybe. And I think it was also a good point that even if we just see in the audience here or in the panelists we have, there's a lot of women, and that we also sometimes have to fight to be taken seriously. But I think it can also, the women-led movement, you could say, on at least some aspects of climate change is we also have to make room for gender equality, right? So we have to also make sure that men are included in a way that makes sense, and that our different perspectives and different approaches are taken into this fight, because we have no time to lose and we have no people to lose, right? We really have to get everyone on board. So back to you, Marcus. Maybe you can say a bit, what can we do to engage more boys and men in this fight? It's a big question.
It is a big question. First of all, I think it's good to ask boys and men this question. Hopefully, it could be nice if there could be a day where gender equality could be spoken about with a panel of only men, because I think that could really show something. But I think to have the gender equality as a focus in everything is important, and I think to do something with the equality in climate change when it's come to gender, it is to look deep inside ourselves and deep inside to our own society, because it's there the problems are. It's about engaging, and I think there's some structures we have in our society that are more appealing to women in general when we talk about engaging in this, because a lot of the wording, a lot of the arguments is being used when it's about taking care, and without trying to be stereotypic, then that's a topic who sometimes often scares men. But
Which is maybe a problem in itself.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's the problem in itself, because that's not how it should be. And yeah, I think I have been troubling my mind with what the answer could be. Yeah.
No, but like you say, we have different perspectives on this and different approaches, and maybe different ways of looking at the problem, but also different ways of looking at the solution. So I'm just wondering for you, Victoria, because now we're in the Nordic Pavilion and we have many Nordic and Baltic people in the panel, but do you see some bigger regional differences in how we talk about these problems? I mean, we always boast that we are one of the most gender equal countries and so on, and yet we experience a lot of problems as well. But how does it look from your perspective?
Yeah, like from my perspective, that is Brazil, and also an immigrant living in Portugal. Like I can bring some approach of the social justice also, because there is no climate justice without social justice. And when we talk about the impacts of the climate change in my country, we look a lot of the vulnerable communities. We look a lot of the local communities, the indigenous communities, the grassroots movements, and this matters when we put them in the center of the discussion, bringing also the solutions, because they are living for the centuries in a harmony with the nature. So bringing and put like the local communities in these spaces also catalyze the change for better. And talking about the also from the education perspective, I see like this is the most important role in Brazil, because this can make like a huge change in the local movement. So.
Thank you. So I want us to get a bit into politics now on our demands. And we have this position paper I can show all of you. We should have had it on the screen or something, but I can show you personally afterwards if you're interested. And it's also on the website of the Nordic Council, so you can find it there. I wrote down exactly where. Yeah, it's called, if you search Youth Voices in the Green Transition and Nordic Council, you will find it. So this was produced by the conference we had in Copenhagen earlier this fall, and it's a compilation of demands from all of Nordic and Baltic youth, really. So it's quite overall. But I want to ask you two questions a bit combined, and then you can answer what you want. And the first one is, which of these demands are most important for you? And the second is, which demands in general are most important for youth in your region? So maybe it's the same, or maybe it's very different. I'm interested to hear. So maybe you can start, Anna.
Yes, I've chosen the point number 7. It talks about the participation, like the youth participation, and that every UNFCCC member or the country who's participating at COP28 and so on should have a youth representative. So for me, it's a funny thing that I'm the only Baltic youth delegate right now at COP28. There are no Lithuanian nor Latvian present right at the moment. So for me, yeah, it says something about like bringing youth into the center, and we just want to have a bite. We just want to have a bite of the cake, have a sit yeah, we know what's happening. We have a critical mind, and I think we just want to sit at the table.
Thank you.
And for me, I really identify myself with the number 2, that is ensure a respectful and solidarity transition. And when we talk about the transition, we see the agenda of just transition really focus on the energy, but it's not just energy. In my perspective, just transition, we can like shape this as opportunity to transit as a new global society, like addressing these challenges that we already have here. That we are already seeing like the gender inequality, the racial injustice, and also environmental racism, and also LGBTQ communities suffering in our society. So we need to shape this just transition to a better society also, and put like the minorities in the discussion, putting minorities in the decision-making spaces and tables to discuss and shape what we want. And also this transition also need to put like the planetary boundaries in the consideration, because sometimes we are forgetting that we have like limited resources, and opportunities are here to address with the youth. The youth want to co-create this new society. We need to co-create, and we want to co-create this tomorrow. So we are here together trying to catalyze this change as an international cooperation, like we discussed in the Copenhagen conference. And this is a huge opportunity for us to get into our perspectives of youth in different parts of the world. And that's a very good start point, and I really believe that we can shape this future together, North and the Global South. So, yeah.
That's very inspiring. Those should have been the last words. But Marcus is here to follow up.
Yeah, it's hard to, but as I'm totally agreeing, I will have elected number 2 as well. But I would say number 5. To be front runners of phasing out fossil fuels. I feel like EU and especially the Nordic countries should be the leader of this, because yeah, we have a lot of oil, and especially you guys. We have to take action in this. This is a big point, and it is what everyone is shouting out on the streets, and that's something that we need to listen to. It's something that that you as decision makers need to know, and I think it's good that it's been said so many times, because it is the big thing here at COP. It will be a big political statement if it comes out, and it's not because the whole COP will fail or not fail if this ends, but because the loss and damage that we take as number 10 is a success, and the Nordic countries are doing good there, but this of the phasing out fossil fuels is super important, and I can't stress enough how much young people actually are feeling this topic as one of the most central for them, as a key to their own future.
Yeah. That's very true, and when, just as a woman and as a youth as well, when I walk around in this conference, it is very, you have these meetings with all of these technical words, and you have this very, very slow progress, and when I try to be with civil society instead, I try to balance it a little bit, because it's a bit depressing sometimes in these meeting rooms. But when I am in the civil society meetings, then you have a lot more. Like yesterday, we had this meeting, and there were singing, and we sang for a more just world and more climate action, and there was a lot more recognition of the feelings involved in this as well. And I think this is part of the feminist approach, maybe, or at least one interpretation of the feminist approach, that you also have to acknowledge the space we create and the space we don't create for some feelings or some approaches. I was also in a meeting room where one of the representatives started to cry in frustration from the blockers and from how little was done. And I think that also, I don't know, that is a bigger discussion. Should there be more space for that in these kind of areas? Yeah.
I think one of the great thing was when there was the Day of Finance, then every female that was in the negotiations, they have agreed on wearing pink that day, and they were a huge number, and they took a picture on the stage, and they were really, really talking about what it actually means to be a woman and being in the negotiations. Because when we see it, then a lot of the negotiators is actually women, and have to have the link between what is finance and what is the women, because it also the women who often is the one who are suffering the most in the global south from the climate change. Yeah.
That's a very good point. We have to unite and wear pink more.
At some points that is also important to to talk about the mental health of the youth in this process, because burnouts are getting harder. And also the feelings, we need to validate our feelings and create this safe space to show up and innovate how we feel, write some poem or do some music or activism. So this is a way for do and express ourselves in a moment of crisis, in a moment of transition, of a system that is transition, right? Yes. So this is really important to validate also the youth feelings.
Yeah, that's such a good point, and I feel because we are in an existential crisis, and this is the decade where we have the possibility to act, right? And it feels it is now or never, right? And it's different. I just met with the children's climate panel in Norway. They are here. There are 10 children who are here to advocate and voice their opinions. And it is very difficult to talk to both children and youth about it, because it is as serious, or it is more serious than it looks, and how it looks is already devastating and depressing, right? So we have to be able to do this fight, but at the same time not burn out, because no one earns on that. We are soon moving on to our decision makers, but I want you all to have the chance to have 2 final words. So what do you want our audience here to be left with after your part of the event? And do you have a specific demand or a specific question for the decision makers we will soon meet?
I have to go. Okay, I will go first. Thank you. I think the consistency and in the decision-making process, especially in Estonia, we think that the green transition or green reforms and gender equality is not taken as together, or they don't we don't talk about it, basically, very much. And it often happens that we are disorganized in a way. For example, in Estonia, there are reports released like 2 weeks ago that we are disorganized. So we just want to know what is the more organized way of dealing with these kinds of gender and green transition aspects. Thank you.
For me, like gender just transition that we are talking about starts with education and girls' empowerment. And we need to shape better policies. Disaggregated data is needed. We need to look about the discussions and be aware about the policies and also push with the policymakers this change that we want. And also try to address these multiple impacts and crises that we are seeing in our society.
Yeah, my point will be like have a focus on the industries that are polluting the most, and they are often also manly based. So try to have a focus on that, and then create the green transition as a just transition for these companies. Yeah.
Thank you so much. You will get back up here after to deliver the demands, but for now you can sit down. Thank you. Big applause. So now I want to invite up our decision makers who are sitting very neatly on the first row. Naja Nathanielsen, Minister for Business, Trade, Mineral Resources, Justice and Gender Equality. That's a big, that's a lot of work to Naja, but from Greenland, she's joining us online. And then Simonas Gentvilas, the Minister of Environment from Lithuania. Welcome. And Ragnhild Syrstad, State Secretary on the Minister of Climate and Environment in Norway. And we can hopefully get one more chair. And then our Member of Parliament from Norway, Lene Westgård Halle. Big applause, big applause. Hopefully we will applaud also after our conversation, but we'll see, we'll see. Depends. Okay, welcome all of you. Yeah, I'll try to look at you as well. So first, I just want all of your reflections on the youth panel we just had. You will get, or I hope you've already seen our demands as well, but first I want to hear what are your main takeaways from the conversation we had. So I want to start with our digital panelist. If your sound works.
I think it works. There's a bit of a lag, so maybe there's a bit of a delay. Well, first of all, thank you so much, all of you, for participating and giving your input for this important debate. And it was very recognizable and relatable. What I heard was the demand for participation, which I think is only fair and just from the youth. I heard the call for diversification, and I can really relate to that, being a minister that usually works with finance and natural resources and so on and so on. So oftentimes I'm the only woman in the panel. And also I heard, which I thought was really important, the need for real change in the global community, the way we're doing things. And I cannot help to stress that one of the things we can all do is maybe change our patterns ourselves, our consumerism coming from Greenland. I think that's a very important point. And I will also like to stress that Greenland already stopped our exploitation for future gas and oil because of this, because if you need change, you have to change. So I think it was some really important input that the youth panel came with. Thank you.
Thank you. Then maybe we can just start here.
First of all, I need to buy a second-hand pink suit or dress to make a good example. There is so much wisdom among today's youth, so there was a lot of things to comment on. And the broad perspective is that, yes, definitely we need more inclusion and delegates from youth members like yourself. You're one of 2 Norwegian delegates. And I believe every Nordic and European country, all delegates, the delegations in the world should have youth delegates. So The UN has a gender action plan that Norway intends to follow up in the coming years. And the second point from, I think Brazil mentioned the solidarity. Yes, we do need more inclusion to make sure that we have all the aspects covered in all terms of climate policy, because climate change do affect gender differently. And in that respect, the Norwegian government has a great initiative with working with forest and indigenous people through the Norwegian Climate and Forest Initiative, which we've just announced a 30% increase in the funding for next year. So we hope we can expand the work with including indigenous people. And the last demand that was mentioned from Denmark was the phase out of fossil fuels. And this is the main, I think the most important piece of language that needs to be reflected in the decision from this COP, which we are very glad that the Norwegian Minister of Foreign Affairs, together with Singapore, is currently negotiating. So we are working for strong language on the phase out of unabated fossil fuels, and also tripling investment in renewables, doubling energy efficiency, and also remember all the nature-based solutions to stop the deforestation by 2030. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done in parallel, and all the time being aware how we can include the gender perspective in that.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me here. What I heard from the youth is that the generation which spoiled the earth, and the male-dominated jobs which spoiled the earth, they are still in decision power. And there's a generation to be changed. And that's also part of a solution, that we have a generation probably in the Baltics, in Scandinavia and elsewhere, which is very, very much motivated. Slightly naively motivated, but from my political experience, I always felt that if a young politician comes, he will do something which was impossible for the generation which was older than him or her. So it's very cute and inspiring to listen to what you think, how motivated they are, and how we see the possibilities of changes, because many people in this conference, and there's around 100,000 of participants, they don't think that there's a viable solution. And that's why I think there should be a stronger and faster generation change as well, and gender change.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, I heard the message on the pink suit, so I quickly changed, as you can see, to follow up. No, I think two things. I think when we talk about the Nordics and the Baltics, it's a very different situation than the rest of the world. Even though I've been in politics for many years, and when I was younger, I'm still a woman, but when I was a young woman, it was pretty challenging in politics. And we think of ourselves as the most gender equal region in the world, or we are, but it's still not. It's still very different. I still walk in a room today, and I can be the only woman in the room, and people talk to me differently because I'm a woman. So that's not changing, but that's the Nordics. And it's one thing about including all genders in the Nordics, but when it comes to the rest of the world, it's a very, very different situation. And I really liked Brazil/Portugal's message when it came to educating young girls, because I think that's really, really key to get the whole world, and especially the global south, included. Because when women get engaged in things, and no offense, we do it a little bit differently than men, and we tend to involve more people, we tend to involve our children, we tend to involve the local community. It's a different way of involving. So I think that if we get women in, especially the global south, involved, and make it, like, narrow the kind of, what do you call it, the tashkil, the hedges, or threshold, thank you, threshold for them to get involved, I think that's really key. And I think we need, especially as decision makers, we need to stop the whole, yes, of course we're going to involve young people, that's so important, pat on the head. It frustrated me for so many years when I was a young politician, and I still see it going on today. We don't take young people seriously. We pretend that we do, but we don't. And it's really kind of, it's a really bad feeling when you're a young person, you really know what you're talking about, you're in the room and you talk to a lot of older people that obviously don't know what they're talking about and they're not listening, they're just not listening. And it doesn't matter, like, I can understand, like, for me being a conservative, not wanting to listen to people in demonstrations, because that's just how conservatives work, I'm sorry. But when you sit down around a table and you talk to young people and you still see people from all political aspects not really listening, it's very frustrating. And I have to admit that I find it hard to change that, and I keep trying, but I feel that we're kind of like hitting a wall and we're not able to do it. And I don't know if it's something that happens when we got older or what's wrong with us, but it's still a challenge, and I really hear that.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing that up, and I think I will ask that question to any of you who would like to answer, because maybe it's something about using a different language or different ways of expressing ourselves, like you brought up demonstrations, and I think that's, you see usually it's young people demonstrating, right? For me, I think that's often like a way of expressing frustration, because you have been sending out all of the emails, and you have been showing up to all of these meetings, and still nothing happens. And then what can you do? Okay, you can stand with a placard and scream at least, you know. That's maybe then they will hear, you know. I think it's some of that engagement, but of course, what we would like is to have the dialogue and the back and forth and understand why don't you listen and how can we make you listen and what is the way forward. So maybe you want to start by answering that. How can we influence you?
The youth should also understand the laws of politics, that it's not granted that you will get elected or that your message will pass through. You have to work for that. And the way you work, because you don't have a material capital, you don't have maybe your social capital, the way you work up is through doing the brave actions, and usually it's through demonstrations. Whether it's for gender matters, whether it's for climate matters, but what the youth can do, they have time and they have a voice, and usually us, the politicians, the experienced politicians in the parliament, we know the rooms and the corridors. We know, you know, how decisions are made, but the youth, you know, the demonstration is one of the key actions, tools for doing that. And if you look at the youth who succeeded, they are the ones who succeeded not through the competitive political turnout, but through prime action. Would it be deforestation demonstration, or would it be pride event, or whatever?
So Naja, we talked a bit, maybe it's something about the different, the language you use as youth, and I think also I mean, we're talking a bit on two tracks. It's both youth and women, and there's some similarities, but also a lot of differences. But I think one of the similarities may be that you're not always in the arenas, or in the especially on a global level, you're not necessarily in the conversation where this kind of political language, or this kind of or even just the energy transition language is being expressed. So you might not have the same concepts or the same language to use. So, but I'm wondering for you, Naja, as a woman and as a minister, what is your perspective on this, and how can we influence you?
Yes, one of the things might be the technical aspect of knowing the lingo and being in the same forest as the adults. But I really think you need to attack it as a power structure problem. As a feminist, I've been working with women issues for many years, and I found that when we first united more with the LGBT plus issues, things started to happen more rapidly. I think this is about finding allies and alliances and really trying to broaden the platform you're standing on, because tackling power structures are not done in a single day, and it's not done politely. And that is why demonstrations, of course, are also a tool in this. But I think that it's about challenging a deep embedded power structure. So it's about finding your allies and alliances, utilizing youth across countries, promoting gender equality and gender balance, and trying to find maybe 4 or 5 key points. You keep pushing, and somebody will listen to that in the elite at some point. But it's about consistency. I think one of the panelists from the youth panel said it. It's about consistency and really continuing to hit the power structure.
Definitely. So from your point of view, what are these key points that we should push and focus on? And what is your role, Naya, in bringing these demands forward?
I would say that the key point I would keep pushing was the demand for participation and saying this is a just cause. We need to be more. I think the Norwegian representative said it as well. We keep talking about getting youth to the table. So an advisory board, I think, is one of the ways. But participation must be the key point you are pushing, because what is happening now is a massive generational theft going on with the climate crisis. We are leaving you stuck with a major problem that will alter the way the world works. So, of course, because of this, you have a just seat at the table. So you need to take that seat. And if they won't grant it to you, sit there until they offer you inside. I mean, it's about combining the more formal and technical use as well as the activism, I think. Because feminism and women's rights did not happen overnight because we were polite. It happened because of continuous activism.
Yes, very good point. And I think there's different perspectives on this here. And I think we need a combination, right? Sometimes we need to demand things and stay in these actions and take our place, even when it feels unpleasant, maybe. But then, as well, we also need to be in dialogue in some way to see the way forward. And I think you had a really great point, Naya, that all of the actions that you fail to do now while you are in power, that will be our problem, right? So, Ragnhild, what is your perspective, and what are your main points that we have to focus on in the way forward?
First of all, I think it's important to show that it is possible to be young and have high positions, in a sense. The new Minister of Climate and Environment in Norway is 31 years old, younger than me. It's still probably old in terms of if you are 15 or a teenager.
The Swedish one is 27.
Exactly. So, and he's been in politics ever since he was a teenager. So it's there is a path, and it helps to be to focus on facts and solutions, because then you will be at least you will impact me, because that's how I roll. And when we look at the Norwegian delegation here at COP, the majority is women, and there is a lot of women who's also negotiating the different tracks. For instance, on just transition, and we're also pushing strong language on gender equality in all tracks. But the two things I think we need to expand in the way going forward is what to do about the new technologies coming up, because it was mentioned that men are working in the hard-to-abate sectors now. We need more engineers and science-based professions, and usually that it's men that take on those kind of studies. We need to encourage women to also be a part of the energy transition and the job opportunities that will come. So we need to make sure that women study maths, engineering, science, and all of that. And in Norway, we have at least the government now and the Labour Party also focus on the commercial sector, having quotas for women on the boards of the companies, making sure that women are also represented when decisions are made. And there's been different campaigns about women need to invest and also be the owners, so that the division of capital and labor does not always go in favor of men. So women need to invest. If they have money, they need to take education that's relevant for the green transition. And yes, youth should keep on trying to impact us, because we do listen.
We will, I can promise you that. But I want to challenge you on one thing, because you said that you need facts and solutions, right? And I think that is one of the really overwhelming and difficult things about this space, is that what the science demands of us, what the climate crisis demands of us, is a completely different system than what we have today, right? Or it's at least a very rapid change in how we approach things. And it's difficult to, when we come with solutions that is in line with science, politicians call us naive, right, or idealistic, or it's not possible. And I mean, our countries continue to invest in fossil fuels, for example, and continue to expand these industries, which are also wrecking the planet, to say it plainly. So, you know, how can we come as an activist when you focus not on what is plausible or what we have money for, but you focus on what do we need for the planet, right? How can you focus on specific solutions without and still being taken seriously? Yes?
Yeah, I think that's a really great question. And I think the challenge is, I've never heard politicians directly calling young people naive when they come with solutions, but I can imagine that some people do. But I think there's two things. I think when you try to influence people like us, decision makers, you really have to kind of address or be focused on who you're talking to. And I don't like saying this, but I'm going to be honest. So if you talk to people from the left part of the political scale or spectrum, it might be one way of talking to them. And activism or demonstrations might work or might have an effect. If you want to talk to people on my side of the political scale, I think meetings and being boring maybe works a little bit better and very fact-based. And I think when it comes to naivety, like, we as decision makers, we can't, and that's the challenge, and I think this is really challenging for us, we can't just say, well, this is the solution, we'll just do it, go. Because then you'll get yellow vests like in France, because we have to make sure that people that are not young and that are not as progressive as young people actually agree and actually think, well, this is a good idea, we'll go forward with this, because if we don't, you get results like in America, where people elect Trump, where 50% of society goes, yeah, he's a good guy, we'll vote for him. And that's our challenge, because might call it naive or might call it whatever you want to do, but we have to get people kind of involved in the process, and that's really hard. So if you want like a tip on how to, like, what you're going to say when you meet decision makers, give us a solution to that. And I know it's really challenging because we don't have it. So I think that's one thing. And then I really agree when it comes to like the Norwegian government at the moment are doing the quotas in the boards in companies, and I think that's a really good idea. 25 years ago, I had my first big national media thingy, and I said, no to quotas, hopeless, Norway's equal, we're just fine, we don't need that, we can manage ourselves. And then I grew older, and I realized that we're not equal, and it's really hard to include women, and if Norway can't make it, it's going to be a big challenge, because even though I'm saying education is key, it is, we need to remember that in, I think it's the same for all Nordic countries, but it's at least in Norway, in all age groups, from 18 to 67 is when you retire, in all age groups, women are more highly educated, all groups, because we keep saying that, well, there's a lot of female students in universities now, so just give it time. It's going to come because we're going to get educated, but we're actually more educated. We have been for a long time. We're still not even close to equal. The region or my constituency, when it comes to business leaders, only 10% are women, and that's in Norway. So we still have quite a way to go.
Still have a way to go, yes. And I think I want to ask you a question, Simonas, because you're talking about polarization, right? And for me, it's very clear that this will only become worse the more we delay climate action, right? Because we will get more and more extreme disaster, like natural disasters, and we will get more, like these things will only become more pressing. And as the nature change and as we lose biodiversity and so on, I think more and more people will start panicking, right? And they will also, you will also see loss and damages. You will see more natural disasters. So I think like you will see polarization on both ends of the spectrum. You will see people becoming more and more radical as climate activists, as you see that not enough is done, and then you will also see people reacting to the climate politics, right? So as a Minister of Climate, this is probably something you have to balance all the way. How do we create climate policies that are inclusive and that are popular, but that still works? It's a huge question that the whole world is asking themselves, but I'm giving it to you now.
But this is exactly what you mentioned. When somebody demands phase out of, let's say, fossil fuel or Narva shale gas plant in eastern Estonia or refinery in Lithuania. You have to give a pathway, a successful story, a vision. You as a politician has to sell a vision. And usually the industries which should be closed, in Narva, in Lithuania or elsewhere, they are male dominated. Even the farming industry, which is the most difficult in the industry, is male dominated as well. So you have to sell a vision. And somewhere we are successful to sell vision that the society will become more equal, the society will be more healthier, but some of the jobs, they are difficult to change. And I think since men are dominated there, since the capital is still there, it's still a difficult decision. Of course, rich countries like Scandinavian and Baltic countries, we have capacities to subsidize through. But in many countries, I mean, look at the Arabic countries here around, male-dominated oil and gas industries. I mean, we are not there to moralize them, but it's also a gender issue.
Thank you. I saw you also asked for the word, Naya. You will get the last word because we're running out of time. But we've touched upon a lot of important topics here that I think we have to continue to talk about for maybe more than 20 minutes. But Naya, how will you? We also have some common understanding, I think, in this panel. How will you work to bring forward these demands to the rest of your colleagues in other ministers in the rest of the world? You get the last word.
Well, thank you. Well, I think that Greenland is dominated by a lot of young politicians as it is. So I think we will continue our work to include youth and use our platforms around the world to speak up for indigenous peoples around the world, for gender equality and for youth participation. We are a hotspot in the world when it comes to the climate crisis. But what I really wanted to say was, I got an advice when I got into politics as a young woman, and I think it applies to everybody who has young people who have interest in changing our world. And it is go for the hard jobs, go for finance, go for the natural resources. In my country, it's go for the fishing industry. Try to come in these areas where there's a lot of power, because that's where you can change the perspective. So don't hold back, just go for the difficult sectors. And make your mark there.
Thank you. So a little recommendation there. To wrap up, I want to say that it's very clear that the climate crisis is a generational crisis, and it's a crisis that makes all other problems worse, right? So when we deal with this, we have to be able to have inclusive policies, but we also have to act fast in order for the climate crisis to not hit us later and become the youth's problem in some years' time. So we need to really embed the climate justice perspective into our actions, and that goes across all different groups and minorities of youth and of children, of women, of indigenous people, and so on. And of course, this is a very complicated question on how do we do it. I feel like we haven't really found the solution in this panel either, but I hope to continue this discussion. Now we will get our youth panelists up to deliver the demands we made. At least we have some solutions for you that hopefully you can bring forward. And yes, let's hand this over. You will get them digitally, Naya. I'm sure we can send them on email. Yes, please come up and we will take a picture together because we are together for climate justice. So let's all try to stand a bit together. Maybe can we squeeze in even more? Yeah, perfect. And Naya, do we get Naya in there as well? Yeah. Okay, smile. Maybe we can do a small action just to make you uncomfortable, Lene. I think at least the youth knows what to say, so I'll try. What do we want? Climate justice. Okay, what do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it? Now. And then we also want gender justice and youth and generational blah, blah, blah. Okay, what do we want? Everything! Okay, I think we need some practice. Thank you so much for the panel and the conversation, and let's keep this conversation going for the coming week here at COP. And the coming years that will be alive. Thank you.
Okay, so greetings everybody, and welcome to our next panel at the Nordic Pavilion, which is entitled, Let's Bridge the Gender Divide in Green Jobs. My name is Lisa Russell. I'm an Emmy Award-winning filmmaker, and I'm the founder of Create 2030, and I work in the gender equality space as a She Decides Global Champion, and I've also been curating the Women Deliver Arts and Film Festival since 2010. So I like to say that I started my career actually straddling two male-dominated worlds, the UN and media, so I'm very excited to be helping to moderate this dynamic panel. We have a really great, interesting, and diverse set of speakers today. I can't pronounce half of their names, so we're going to do our best. But let's start with, let me grab my notes. We have the Minister for Environment, Energy, and Climate in Iceland. And he's going to pronounce his name.
Guðlaugur Þór Þórðarson.
We also have Sola, I'm sorry. Excuse me for my cheating notes. I'm sorry, Sola from Climate Kick, who I also cannot pronounce her last name.
Yeah, my name is Solveig Helga Sofinisdóttir. That's why I go by Sola. Much easier.
Thank you. We also have a representative from the International Labor Organization named Stefan Trommel. Did I get that right? And our last speaker today is Kristen
Björnsson.
Okay, who is the general manager of Running Tide. So really excited to jump into this conversation. I think we're going to start off with a very generic question, which is, how would we all define a green job? What is a green job? And I think we can just go down the list. So you first.
Well, I think the first that springs in mind is that someone who is transforming things into green. So to say, the green transition, everything that connects to that. But then if you go into depth, there is a lot of, you can describe a lot of jobs as green. But I think that the first thing that comes in mind is that it's just that, at least for now, which is that you are the ones who are helping us going through the green transformation. But of course, there's a lot of jobs who have been there for a very, very long time. I think the Icelandic, the first that springs in mind is something connects to green energy, but now we are also coming with carbon capture and all kinds of other things. But I think it's good not to see how this goes, because I think that, and hopefully that there are a lot of jobs that we don't think maybe green now are green and will get greener.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think maybe, so from my perspective, from the work that I'm doing at Climate Kick, we work on innovation, climate innovation. And I think for us, the green jobs definition is definitely something that needs to be challenged, needs to be opened a little bit more. We have seen that there is a lot of focus on technical skills. And in the work that we are doing in terms of systemic transformations, we are really seeing that there's a need to also include jobs that are contributing to social cohesion. There is a need for jobs in civil society to really be included, because they are also really supporting sustainable and green societies. So to your question, I do think that we need to actually look at all jobs. All jobs should essentially in some way contribute, and that's where the upskilling actually needs to happen. So all jobs should be considered green jobs from my perspective.
I like that.
Yes, well, it's a big question. And I think the report that you produced, the Nordic Council, uses two definitions, one from the ILO and one from the OECD. I will not go into that, but from the angle that I would like to take is there's sometimes the message that every green job is a decent job. And I think that is something that we need to check. I mean, it would be great if every green job is a decent job, but that's not the current reality. And for me, from an ILO perspective, I think that is one of the challenges we need to address.
Yeah, so Running Tide is an ocean carbon removal company. We do carbon removal in the ocean.
and I would say that all of our jobs are green. I.e., we're trying. Everybody on the team is trying to contribute to creating a greener future, and that is anything ranging from heavy equipment operators that drive trucks to oceanographers that create oceanography models, to the accountants that issue invoices and carbon account and count the carbon that we sequester. So to me, it's maybe more about the output, or like what the bigger goal of the job is, than a specific function of the job. So like all of them should in the future be green jobs, I think, if we get to where we need to be in a couple of years.
Excellent. And I've been told that the Nordic Vision 2030 aims to create the Nordic region as the most sustainable region on the planet. Yet only 1 in 3 workers in the green economy is a woman. So why is it important that we have gender parity when it comes to green jobs? Sola?
I mean, I think that for me it's quite simple. We are innovative when we access all minds, and that we include all diversity of approaches and thinking. And no offense to the gentleman sitting here with me, but I think we do see that when women and men work together, there is a diversity of perspectives and different ways of seeing society that leads to innovation. And that is essentially what we need. I think that there is also a need for us to look a little bit into perhaps some of the things that are seen more as soft skills or non-promotable or non-traditional green activities, and really bring that into the definition frame as well. And at the same time, I do think that there is also sometimes even just the language barrier of how we talk about tasks that perhaps alienates women from actually coming into jobs and into activities where they would excel in. But we need to think a little bit about how are we actually defining and engaging and welcoming in, and are there women that are also writing those job descriptions? There are also opening up the language frame for that. That would be maybe my first thought, but curious to hear what my co-panelists here are thinking about it.
Well, first of all, it's just common sense. It's a huge task. We need everyone on board. And are we seriously then take 50% of the population and say, no, not you. I know you have the brains and you have the ideas, and no, but you're not there. It's not a good plan. It's just go like playing a team of football with 5 or 6 players. It's better to have 11. And I'm not going to repeat what you said. I think with diversity, we've seen it again and again. And I always use the same example. In Iceland, there's been a lot of changes when it comes to gender equality for last decades. There is no one, and believe me, it's not like we always agree. We do not agree, Icelanders. We always argue. But there is no politicians or anyone who says, we need to go back. This was actually a bad idea. Remember the good old days when there was not that much gender equality. No one. Because it's a win-win game. And look at the studies. There's more gender equality, there's more happiness in the societies. So for me, it's just very simple that we need to be very focused, because there is a work to do to have both men and women aboard when we are taking on this huge task.
Yes, I think I was also surprised by the figure. One assumes that, one would hope, that the future labor market and the green economy is a significant part of that, would be more gender equal than the current situation. But the reality of the matter is it's not. And that's why it's important to have those statistics that remind us that we cannot just hope that by automatically things will get better. There needs to be deliberate action to make sure that gender equality is there. We need to address the significant general gap that there is in labor market participation, also the stubborn gender wage gap. And we need to make sure, going back to your issue about, is also the issue of women in leadership in green economy, because I think that will also add a lot to that.
I think this is something I've been thinking about for a long time, is that the green transition is like we're changing everything about the society, and not only will it be impossible to do all the stuff that needs to get done, but it's also not going to be possible to get people along on the ride if we just leave half of the people out, right? So I think like we're only starting to see it now in a little bit in Iceland, as well. Like people are saying like, do we actually need this thing? Like, what about these windmills, yada yada? Like we need to keep everybody engaged from all layers of society in the green jobs, because that's the best way to get everybody aligned to where we're going. At least that's what I think.
Yeah, great points. And I agree with you that, some of these jobs that we are defining as white jobs, have we heard this terminology, white jobs, are transitioning into becoming green jobs. Just as a personal anecdote, I did a film in Sierra Leone following this woman who installs solar panels on top of health clinics. And she was incredibly very proficient in her work. She was climbing up the sides of, health centers, and it was the men who are looking at her wondering what she's doing with all those tools, what she's doing on top of the roof, and also wanting to jump in and help her because they assumed that she needed assistance with, carrying things or whatnot. So changing the perception of women in the green job also requires working with the men. Any ideas on how we can educate and change these stereotypes in the men versus, only focusing on gender equality and uplifting women?
Well, I think that we need to learn from best, at least good practices. It's very clear you need role models. I think, again, back to the history of us in Iceland, I think my generation and younger generation, what did really change the perspective? We elected a woman president. She was not only a woman, she was a single mother. And there was actually, at that time, people seriously said, and in the presidential debate, which is something that everyone wants to forget, before election day, the three men who were with her was just saying, sorry, how are you going to do this? You're not only a woman, but you're a single mother. Come on, this is a serious job. Well, fortunately, she got elected. We are very proud of her. I've always been. She did a fantastic job. Of course, I never quite understood this thing because in my little municipality I grew up in, and because there's discussion, women cannot do this and that. But my mother, she worked at the municipality's office, and when she quit, they put her job into two, and two men were hired instead. So I never understood this, that women couldn't do everything that men can do. But I was fortunate in that way. But I think that we need role models. And of course, we also need to be very focused when it comes to policy making on boards and so on. Then we need to have both men and women. But what is really important, and that we need to go to the educational system, and we need to encourage, of course, both women or girls and boys, but we need them to, because we really need them. And but we see that when they go to study, then sometimes you have really bias when it comes to gender. So we really need to encourage these young people, especially girls, to go down that path.
If I can just add one thing here, I think that what we are seeing also from our work with startups, with our startup accelerators, with some of our education activities as well, is that we also have very narrow definitions of what an entrepreneur looks like, what a successful entrepreneur, and especially also in the climate arena and in the climate space as well. And I think that what we consistently see is that women that are climate entrepreneurs, they don't define themselves as climate entrepreneurs because, to your point, the role models, they look different. And I think that that is, again, coming back to many of the excellent climate leaders and climate entrepreneurs and really women of power and leadership that I'm seeing in this space, they define themselves as social entrepreneurs. And that, I think, is, we need to start somehow flexing a little bit of muscle of not creating these constant categories that are you in this category or in this category. The climate challenges and the complexity of the climate challenges means that if you're a social entrepreneur, you're a climate entrepreneur. So there is something, like you're saying, around role modeling. There is also, and of course there is also empowerment. Women also do need to be more bold, and we need to encourage each other to really think that no one actually really gives you power. You take it. And I think that in that way, in that entrepreneurial space, it's also up to us women that work in these climate spaces to show up and be there. And I know that for many of the conversations here around green jobs, women, they don't step up to these panels. They don't step up to the discussion. So we need them to be bolder as well.
And why do you, just to follow up on that, why do you think that is? Why do you think women don't step up to these conversations and these opportunities?
I think there absolutely is both a new generation, and I think there are absolutely more and more women that are maybe realizing about not only the potential, but actually the work that they are driving. I do think that we need to step out of the women for women bubble and actually be with together. All of us. We need more encouragement from men. We need to also define together what it means. And I have to say, I am also seeing, and this also comes from many of the younger generations of entrepreneurs and others, that they are actually also incredibly open to supporting female leadership. This we need to take on as well. So it's also up for us as women to make sure that we are not getting stuck in the frame of women climate leaders. We need to also remember that it's a leadership space that all of us need to be invited to. So that's where my skepticism sometimes comes around creating lots of women forums. I think they're necessary, but let's remember that we need to learn from one another. Men need to be invited into the gender space as well.
Absolutely. Did you?
Yeah, I mean, I must say I'm hopeful, as you were saying, about younger people. I think the attitude is different. But one of the things that I was struck in the publication that you've launched is this fact that while women entrepreneurs in this area are more successful and the return on investment is higher, they are have much less access to finance. No? And who are the decision makers? Well, probably men. Yeah, or majority men. So I think there's something wrong there which needs to be addressed.
Just from my company, like a big, the biggest gender difference depends on maybe the function of the work that it is. Like I said earlier, like the oceanographers are mostly female, while all the ocean scientists are not mostly, but it's a bigger portion of women in the ocean sciences, while the heavy equipment operators are all only men. So I think. For us and for other companies that are in the doing kind of moving things around in big machines, part of the game, or linking up, putting up solar panels, that kind of stuff, I think it's important to make sure that you're working towards a culture that allows women to be a part of it, because it's at least the story goes that it might not be the most welcoming culture in the more heavy equipment operating side of the world, even though it might be.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's the same challenges we have just in the STEM community in general. Women embracing science, technology, engineering, mathematics, MS mathematics. So I'm wondering if it's the same barriers to that as well. So I'm going to jump to a different question. We're talking about green transition, the green transition. How can we use the green transition to decrease the gender segregation in the labor market?
Well, I think one of the issues that we're working in the ILO is the issue of care, the care economy. Now, there's this discussion whether care jobs are green jobs or not, I don't go into that discussion, but I think what is clear is that investment in the care economy is a transformation of the role of women in the labor market, both by allowing women to get into the labor markets, including the green economy, as well as better paid care jobs, and of course also an issue there of more men getting into those jobs. Now, so for me, the care economy, investment in the care economy is a game changer of the role of women, and I think has a similar impact on the green economy than in all other parts of the economy.
maybe to add a little bit on that, and I'll return to my previous point as well, we need to recognize many of the tasks and many of the things that women are actually doing that are now considered non-promotable tasks are not necessarily seen as tasks of leadership or not tasks of actually holding. And I think this is actually quite rampant in the care sector. And then returning back to the entrepreneurship point here as well, and what you were referring to in terms of how it can be difficult for women also to get investment, to move their enterprises. This is also because many times women, they don't subscribe to the traditional growth path of how enterprise should grow. They want to perhaps have a different lifestyle. And this is as well, we see this in climate leadership and in leadership in general. Women get to a certain point in leadership, they could go further, but they are simply not interested in leading in the structures that we have. So this is really also a structural challenge in terms of, can you be a high-level leader in the climate arena and also work in a way that is value-based? And I think that this is one of the things that we need to also look at. How are we creating, you could say, these glass ceilings that keep on being referred, but also these handbrakes in terms of, I can say for myself, I also do want to have back to what you were saying, is it a decent job? Are climate leadership jobs, are they decent? Are they value-based? That's essentially what we're all working towards. So working in these sectors needs to also represent the good life that we are not wanting only the future generation. We want the good life now. So I think this is really important.
Absolutely. Any thoughts?
I think there is no reason to add to this. I totally agree with Sola.
Yeah, I was also going to say, in my world, we focus on climate communications. And I would argue the same thing that you just said, in that people have constantly asked me, well, why would we want more artists in this space? Why artists don't want to stop what they're doing to take on a leadership position and run things? Well, maybe it's because the system doesn't work the way it stands, the way we work. Maybe we don't need to be working 9 to 5. Maybe our lifestyle and our work, structure just looks different. But to claim that we cannot be climate leaders in the work that we do is not due to our lack of ability, but a lack of a structure that accepts our lifestyles. So, yeah. All right. How do we make sure that the green transition does not create new winners and losers in the labor market?
Well, I find it interesting. One of the things that was put in front of us before this panel is brown jobs. Mm-hmm. I'm always learning some new things, but that's polluting jobs, brown jobs. And I think we really need to be focused also, and this all connects, just transition. And it's really important, and we have already seen, just like the yellow vest in France and so on, where you have losers who are at least feel like that they are losing. So we need to be focused on how the brown jobs will be green jobs. It's not only that you are holding a brown job and by your life is, as you know, it is over, and that's something we really need to focus on. So I think that everything we do, then just transition or climate justice, if you like, is something that we also need to be very focused on. But actually, that is mostly men who held brown jobs. But it's as Sola is saying, we need to do this together. Gender equality is a win-win game. But it also means that we need also think of then both men and women. And I see a clear danger there that we could say these old-fashioned jobs. To be honest, we are trying to get rid of them. But there can also be winners. If you are a lorry driver, you can be a green lorry driver. That is one of the things that you can do. Just to put us on a very, very simple example. But just transition is something that we need to be very focused on.
Yeah, I agree. And I just wanted to add on that when we talk about, in the work that we do, at least for me, when I work at the United Nations, there's a lot of power dynamics that are in play. And I think that when you talk about making systemic changes and you're introducing, for example, more women, more young people, more people of color into positions of leadership, we have to also think, well, we are displacing maybe the cis white men who've dominated this space and who have livelihoods, and we can't just oust them without thinking about where their livelihoods are going. So I would argue the same thing with the brown jobs. We can't just expect these people who've built livelihoods to just quickly transition into a whole new economy, learn new skills, take time off, lose income. I think that the conversation needs to be more nuanced and a little bit more in-depth when we're talking about, well, to me, it's power, right? We're transitioning power, and what does that look like, and how can we ensure that the people we are displacing from power can transition, that they want to transition. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, yeah, I just kind of went on a tangent, but any thoughts about that?
Just a bit more on that. I mean, I think we need to look at it from an individual point of view. It's about what you were saying. I mean, if people are about to lose their job, we need to make investments in reskilling, upskilling, et cetera, et cetera. But I think we also then need to look at the bigger picture. And the bigger picture, I mean, in 10 years' time, is the economy more gender equal? Are there more persons with disabilities, including women with disabilities, in the labor market? We also need to make that macro analysis. No? And I think, and hopefully, in the macro figures, there will always be some individual people that, for whatever reasons, will not be able to make it because they live in the wrong area. It's really difficult to find a job there, et cetera, et cetera. But I think we also need to look at the bigger statistics. I mean, how are we going to? Where are we going? Where's where are the statistics going? Are we going in the right direction from a macro point of view or not? And I think that's also important.
Very good. Yep.
Yeah, maybe just one thought is that for many of these job categories, we're moving people, or people will move from doing a thing that supports fossil fuels into doing a very similar thing that supports carbon capture and storage, because it's pipes, it's plumbing, it's technology. And so I think one thing to be mindful about, and I don't have a solution, is that currently many of those skill sets are very male heavy. So like unless we do something about having them less male heavy, like in the new version where everybody is working on direct air capture and storage and not pumping fossil fuel from the ground, they will still be very male heavy. So I think it's I think we need to be mindful about that. A lot of this reskilling will be kind of horizontal movement and not completely reinventing stuff. The green lorry jobs will probably still be heavily male green lorry drivers, even though they're green now.
Maybe just to add on here, I think we also need to be okay with that there perhaps are not 50-50 equality in terms of gender across all categories. I think that's not necessarily the answer. I think that striving to percentages, I think it comes back to what you so beautifully put in the beginning, is that are we offering decent jobs? Are we offering jobs that people feel give them meaning, that give value to add to their lives? And I think here comes a very important point in terms of reskilling, etc. We cannot ignore culture and identity when we talk about jobs as well. And I think that is then the stories and the narratives of where some of the jobs come from, the proudness of those that have, in some cases, many maybe generations that have been working in similar fields of jobs. We cannot only move things into, now we're offering green jobs. We have to also focus in on what's the narrative, what's the proudness that we are, what's the cultural aspect of these jobs. And this is what we see as well in some of the coal regions that we have also been working with in Climate Kick across Poland. It's not enough to say we're going to now move into a new industry. There's a lot of legacy, there's a lot of identity, and there's a lot of proudness of how these jobs have sustained lives. We need to work on cultural basis as well.
If I may, I think the word could also be hope. I mean, because we talk about, usually when we talk climate, we talk about macro, in the big picture. But then it comes to the individuals. And if you feel threatened, not that you disagree with fighting climate change, but you're saying, wow, my life is over as I know it, that can be a serious problem. So, but I think we all agree here, this is something, and we speak so much about it, which says to me that we are, at least at this panel, and here we are much aware of the challenge, which need to be addressed.
Yeah, and I would also say, again, bringing it a little bit back to my world, because I can speak coherently about that. I got invited by the government of UAE to speak at the World Conference on Creative Economy during Expo 2020. And it was interesting to me because they are trying to position Dubai as the creative capital of the world. And I thought, why are they interested in doing that? And I said, aha, like they're going to have to transition out of being an oil-based economy, and where are they going to go? And the creative economy is considered one of the fastest growing economies in the world. So yeah, I just found that, just an interesting observation that we're not even just talking about the individuals transitioning, we're talking about regions who have been, developing their development based on an oil-based economy. Where are they going to go? But yeah, we can go down the rabbit hole in that way. Yeah.
I think one thing to add here as well, when we're talking about creation of new types of jobs and accessibility, I think that there's also a lack of imagination, actually, in general. We are creating the jobs of the future based upon how jobs have looked. We are, and I think so. There are some incredibly inspirational examples of people that have managed to look at jobs and look at who is in those types of jobs and create something completely new. And I think one example from Denmark, a father of a autistic, he had a son that was autistic. He had a lot of worries about his son never being employable. And he created a company that is actually thriving. It's called The Specialists. And it is really harnessing the ability that people that are on the autistic spectrum have for incredibly good skills around data recognition, how quick they are. So we do need to also across, and this I think really holds hands with the definitions of green jobs, new jobs, the new definition of work in general. How might we rethink what a job is and who can do what? And then let alone the power shifts that was mentioned here before as well. We sit on this stage, you're here in the audience. How can we actually create different ways of relating to one another where we are not constantly in hierarchy of what is a valuable job and what is not? All jobs should be considered valuable. And this is a mindset shift that needs to happen.
No, and it reminds me of this company, I think they're called Air Inc. Have you heard of them? So this innovator, this entrepreneur, put a cone on the back of, I don't know what they call them in India. In Kenya, they call them tuk-tuks, the three-wheeled things, and collected the exhaust that came out of the tuk-tuks, and then scraped that and actually made artistic pencils from that, and hired the tuk-tuk drivers to help collect that. So they were essentially supplementing their income by having them help collect this carbon exhaust and creating and repurposing them. But I think that maybe if anybody, maybe we can open up questions to the audience. Do we have time? I don't know what the time count is. 10 minutes? Yes. Sure. Hello.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. My name is Nancy Omolo, and I'm from Kenya, and I'm a gender specialist. This is a very interesting discussion. And this week I attended one of the side events, and it was very interesting. It was about the solar, and this time it was the women who are installing these solars, and there are all these pictures of young women. This organization, I asked her, just a few months ago, we're training all these electricians who can repair the solar panels, and apparently all of them were men. And most of the time, women have been involved in the marketing of the solar panels. But here was an organization based in Gambia who was training the women. So in the morning, the women had to go to the market till around 1. Then in the afternoon, they were now going to learn how to repair the solars. Then after learning, now they were going back and training other women. And one of the woman farmers came and she says, what a man can do, a woman can do better. So that was very interesting. Then just before that, I was doing some research for the Africa Capacity Building Foundation, which is the capacity building arm of the Africa Union. So I went to Benin, Ethiopia, Congo, Brazzaville, and I was also supporting an institution in Kenya on gender diversity and inclusion. And actually, when we unpackaged, we said that an organization, future jobs, we have to have all these people. You have to have people living with disability. You have to have younger people. You have to have people of color. But then one of the things we are saying, when you bring in, for example, someone living with disability, you have to ensure that your office is suitable for the person. When you're going to have meetings, you have to ensure that you have to book hotels with the facilities to accommodate the person. At the airport also, you have to inform them early so that they prepare all those things. And when you have someone living with autism, you also have to train your staff on how to deal with that person. You cannot be in a noisy place then calling the person living with autism. You cannot have an office which is not airy and you expect to have someone living with autism. So one of the things we are saying that these things, they come with additional cost, which many institutions do not, by the time they say we want, they do not consider that you're going to train these people, you're going to invest in the infrastructure. So that additional cost, how do you have it? If you're going to have young women and they're going to have young families, because many research institutions working on climate change, agenda, and agriculture saying that they have the problem of attracting senior researchers. But one thing, if I'm a senior researcher, I have a young child, then you're not going to give me off to go and take care of my child. If I have to travel to another country and you're not going to give me the facility to travel with my child and you may be able to hire a nanny, then why would I be interested in working for you? So one of the things I was telling them, are you making your, is the environment suitable for young women to come and work with you? Thank you.
Well, quickly on the disability part, because that's my area of expertise. I just attended an event today in the green zone of a new network that's been established here in UAE, and it's amazing to see the level of interest in the private sector to employ persons with disabilities, because they've realized that there's a clear return on investment. It leads to better products and services. It leads to better staff motivation. It leads to better. It's expanding the talent pool and all that. It comes sometimes with some costs, but the companies that are doing it, and we also have we coordinate in the ILO a global business and disability network. All those companies that perhaps started with this issue because of legal obligations, they all are now extremely committed to the employment of persons with disabilities, including persons with autism or neurodiversity, which is also now a new context. So I think also in that area, things are changing quite dramatically. The question for me, and that's why I'm here at COP28, is if this new green economy will be more not only more gender responsive or transformative, but will also be more disability inclusive. And I would say not automatically. We need to do something, and the example you gave of access of women to the solar skills is a good example. You need to do something deliberate for the male dominance not to be replicated.
I couldn't agree more with what you're saying here. I think that the point that you're making here is in terms of extra costs that is the mindset shift that we need to have. I think that we are also transitioning into hopefully being aware of seeing life and world and the things that are as they are. Our approach to work in general is an incredibly linear approach where we assume that we can all leave our children and the complexity of whatever behind and fully show up for work. I think even just COVID has given us a really good opportunity of window in many countries into one another's lives and see that there's actually quite a messy situation for all of us there. I think here, this is the investment that government countries need to make, and we need to be more transparent and honest with what is that the professional and the personal is the same, and that these extra costs they've always been there. they have just been held in different ways. So it's time to bring them to the foreground. And I don't think that that is necessarily something that only women will benefit from, or only people with disabilities will benefit from. There are, across the Nordic regions, men want to spend time with their children. So changing the job markets, that will also help in this regard. And I do think that accessibility for women, now talking maybe outside of the Nordic regions, for different careers and different jobs, it's actually also bringing light to some of the systemic problems that we have. We can reskill women, but if we don't make sure that they are then safe at work, then we need to invest in this infrastructure.
Just in short, transition isn't free, but it's a really good investment. You pointed out a good example of that, but then the whole green transition is all about that.
Excellent. Time check, 5 minutes. Okay. Anybody else with a question from the audience? Anyone? 4 minutes.
It's more of an observation than a question, but I'd just like to say that I'm here with the Icelandic delegation, so it's thanks to the minister here that I'm here, so thank you for that. But I lived in Munich, and this past Halloween, we had some children who arrived at the door, and they knocked at the door, and the little boys and little girls, and the little girls were, stepping to the side, and the little boys were in front, and they were trying to get all the best sweets, right? And I think that that's where it starts. We start with the little girls feeling confident that they can be the ones to come forward and pick and choose what they want. And that will give them the motivation to move, into these roles that they don't know anything about, because they're only, the boys are being spoken to for the most part. So it's not that we want them to be boys, they're girls, and they should take those skills forward. But we want the girls to know that they can.
Yeah, great point. Great point.
Maybe then adding to that, and I agree, but it goes both ways in terms of that. And just speaking from my own experience, my son is 7 years old, and he is the most vulnerable, emotional person that I have ever met in my life, and I know where it comes from. I think we also, with allowing boys also into that space, we give women and we give girls the ability. So we have to be mindful of that. And I think that that's one of the things that I would also point in terms of green jobs, in terms of this discussion that we're having. I think across the Nordic countries, it's women who is they are really powering through universities. They are really taking spaces there, and we need to also tend to nurture and make sure that this is about the whole. It's about the holistic. It's about giving everyone space to be individuals. And I think I think in the Nordics, we are in a prime position to really hold this and role model this across the field.
I just want to throw in one more idea, which is, we're looking in the ILO often into the gender wage gap, a very stubborn thing. But then we're also looking into the motherhood gap. But we don't have a fatherhood gap. What does it mean? No? It means that we men, when we have children, we go on with life because we expect our partners to deal with that. No? And I think what I like from what you were saying is, because it's not only the green jobs and the green skills and all that, which is very important, but at the same time, hopefully this new green economy is also change in lifestyle. No? And change in lifestyle for women and men, it comes a bit late for me, unfortunately. But I hope that younger men will exactly what you said, will enjoy spending also a significant amount of your time with their children or outside work, and not just having this obsession with work that at least in my generation we had, and which led then to significant differences between women and men.
Okay, so I think we're going to wrap it up maybe with one last thought on maybe what changes would we like to see heading into COP29 when it comes to gender and gender divide and green jobs?
Well, we politicians, we can talk, all day. So I'm trying to behave. I hope I succeeded in some way. Well, I think that we were discussing both when the culture part, the art part, and the gender equality is maybe not the first thing that springs in mind when people think about climate. Yeah. Well, I hope that next year that will not be the case. I think that we, of course, take the discussion, but everyone is aware of it. So it's not about if, it's how we're gonna do it. If that happens next year, then I think that we have made quite a bit difference.
I think for me, what I would wish for, specifically in relation to this discussion, is that we really commit to a broader definition of green jobs, and that we change, for the love of God, we change the definition of soft skills into something else. Because collaboration and dialogue and sticking to one another in difficult conversations, I think there's nothing soft about it, and I really feel like that needs to change.
Yeah, one of the discussions that's happening at this COP is a Just Transition work program. The discussion is going a bit in circle right now, and I would definitely like to see that the final outcome of that discussion makes explicit reference both to gender responsiveness, gender transformative, but also to the inclusion of other vulnerable groups, including persons with disabilities.
Yeah, I think being fully aware of how important the full inclusivity is to actually making the action that we need. Because we can talk a lot here, and that's what mostly happens in these events, is talk, but then once you want to do the thing in the ground, we need to be very aware of that everybody needs to be involved.
Yeah, great point. I personally would love to see, I know there's been some controversy over the photograph of the leadership of COP28 being dominated by men. Does anybody know, there was this statistic, there were only so many women and compared to, do you know what I'm talking about? That photograph, that we have gender parity in that leadership position. So I think with that said, please give a round of applause to our wonderful panelists. Thank you all so much. Great conversation. Please stick around for the reception I believe we're having. It's in the Spanish pavilion, better. Sorry. And thank you so much, and hopefully you'll visit the Nordic Pavilion in the next few days. They're here until the 11th. All right, thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, guys.